How's it going, everybody?
How are y'all doing?
Once, I think at 10, Trump's supposed to do, like, a speech or some shit, so I'll pull it up when that comes on. I have the, autism overlay set up on this, computer now. So. You're scared? Why?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Over? Bro. Trump bombed the fucking Iranians in his first term and nothing happened. It's okay. The Russians have already pulled their support for Iran. The Chinese already pulled out. It's joking.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There's no point in freaking out over nothing. Yeah, once it starts, I have
comes after more than a week of strikes by Israel.
There's
on
like
Iran
a Fox News feed
to systematically eradicate
so
the
I have it
air
pulled up.
defenses and
I'll swap to the autism display when it's time, so it'll be up. But yeah, it's at 10 p.m., so like another 30 minutes or so. Yeah, it's just overhyped, bro. All the Islamicists on Twitter are upset, though. So, I don't really give a shit, personally. I don't really think it's that big a deal. Let's see. So Trent Lamar with the 5. It was nice knowing you, Griffin. The recruiters are going to drag all the young people out of their houses for the draft. Can I get an RIP in the chat? I don't think we're ever going to have another draft, honestly. Conventional warfare is dead. I don't think we're ever going to have another situation where it's like, you know, forced conscription, shit like that, because... You know, a fleet of drones is much more capable than a fleet of fucking, you know, planes. Or whatever the hell it would be called. I guess a fleet of planes.
I can't afford this shit!
And JE5150 with the 5... Trump, did I say 2 weeks? I meant 2 days. Well, he said up to 2 weeks, so obviously he didn't like the answer he was getting from the Iranians. Apparently Vance was sent on some diplomatic trip and the Iranians didn't fucking show. So I think that's what it was. I don't know. I heard something about that where it was like, apparently, you know, they had sent like diplomats or something to meet with the Iranians in Qatar or one of those countries. And the Iranians refused to show up, so... I don't know, bro. It costs us nothing to drop a few bombs in the grand scheme of things, so... I don't really think it's that big a deal.
I can't afford this shit!
Austin Ball with the 2. I wonder how Iran likes the Freedom Dorito. I don't think very much, man. I don't think they're the biggest fans. But yeah, he just struck the nuclear facilities, so, you know. It was a very intentional strike. It wasn't like, you know, bombing a city or something.
Throwing fragmentation grenade.
Dude, money is nothing. The sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be. Our money is nothing. It's literally a figment of your imagination, conjured up by the Federal Reserve, regardless of how much the national debt is or isn't. If they can't control us through debt, they'll control us by taking away the power of our money. So this is what you don't realize, is it doesn't matter how much debt the US has. None of the money is real in the first place. It's numbers on a spreadsheet that, you know, McSheckelstein, Goldstein, Berg gets to, you know, decide how much is worth tomorrow. It doesn't matter. It's not real. You know, the Rothschilds and co., who own the majority of these central banks, have the real authority over that. You gotta remember, the Federal Reserve is not owned by the US government. And because of that, the US government has zero authority over the actions that the Federal Reserve takes. They could literally choke us out with interest rates, even if we got rid of all of our national debt. So, Woodrow Wilson sold out our country, you know, a century or so ago. So, obsessing over arbitrary numbers that don't actually fucking exist is stupid. Because once you solve that problem, they'll invent another way to fucking enslave the country financially.
I am not so easily slain.
Yeah, if we would cut the welfare state, most of our shit would go away. But good luck with that. We don't need them votes. Shit. But yeah. Gotta pay for the 13% guaranteed Democrat turnout.
I can't afford this shit!
Shed more blood.
You're playing a game like this with lo-fi music and talk about politics. What is wrong with you? What do you mean? What do you want me to be doing? Have like a fucking crotch camera and I jerk off at the same time? Like, what's the issue?
He was weak, so he died.
That's my suggestion, weirdo. I mean, you're the one who's acting like there's an issue with me playing a video game with music on in the background talking about different topics. So, I want to know, what is the great issue you take with that, and I want a solution. Give me a fucking solution that's better, dipshit. Just maybe enjoy the game. What do you think I'm doing? I'm not playing this because I dislike it. And not having gay music like this in the background. This is extremely neutral music. It's not loud, it's not obnoxious. It's good for just ambient noise in the background. So again, I don't know what the issue is. It's actually chill music. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what? Should I put on fucking Screamo or something? I don't know what the fuck you want. It has to be copyright free. It has to not be overbearing. And this is just piss easy to put on, so I don't know. It's never been an issue until you showed up tonight, so forgive me for not really giving a fuck. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have enough fucking jungle beats, bro. There's no mention of, you know, drugs and fucking gangs and baby mamas. I don't know. Basketball.
I can't afford this
Diamonds. Gold. I mean, would you rather me put on something like this?
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? She wanna fuck with Japan, I put the crumb on the Benz. Nigga, how Hitler? She reaching down in my pants, she got the world in her hands. Nigga, how Hitler? How Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler?
Meine Arbeit für richtig Geld. Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe, dass ich anständig meine Zeit verwendet habe im Dienste meines Volkes. Gib du jetzt deine Stimme. Wenn ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich es bin. Wenn ja.
Was that better? Did that stimulate your TikTok brain? I hope so. There you go. Now play the whole album. I don't think that's on an album. Sorry. Let's see. Opinionated junkie with the 2. What about Iranian sleeper agents? Well, hopefully they're all deployed in blue cities so that the Democrats can experience all the cultural enrichment they could ever desire. You know, it'd be a real shame if New York, DC, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, Boston, all these wonderful places got a taste of all the cultural enrichment they could ever desire. So, all I said was the music doesn't fit the gameplay. That's not what you said, but alright. You can believe that. El Rosario Soul with the 2. We bombed Iran. Oh no. I know, man. Literally shaking. Pissing and shitting coming at the same time. That's what I said? It's not what you said. You said, you're playing a video game, listening to this music, and talking about politics at the same time. What is wrong with you? That is exactly what you said, so nice try. If you want to be a disingenuous half-wit, then have at it, but whatever. I bet you don't even hear that ceiling bird chirping above your head right now. And Genocide King revived with the 2. How did I get out of Iraq? I ran. And Maximum with the 2, Slipknot, Korn, etc. Yeah, wrist slitting music. Dude, I still remember when that fucking shit, I almost said, you know.
Skip it up, faggot.
Yeah, this half-witted Fanuc, in my, I think, yeah, it was senior year when we were sitting at a fucking school assembly or something, and I made a joke about slitting wrists or something during a talent show. And he, like, freaked the fuck out and, like, jumped up screaming about how to not joke about suicide and shit. And that one of his friends, like, supposedly tried to kill themselves and all this other shit. And I was like, oh, that's too bad. I wish it would have worked out for him. And, dude, he fucking lost his shit. But, yeah. He was the one who was dating the middle schooler as a senior, so... Yeah, we used to talk shit about him, saying, you going to pick up your girlfriend from kindergarten today? You going to drive over to the other side of the school to carpool? So, yeah, we used to shit on him hard. Fucking weirdo. And Fancy Leo with the 15. Lord help me, it's 4:50 a.m. and no sleep. What was that post you made about daycare? Curious about that thought process. Also, Iran, you better run. Basically what it is, you know, there are all these jobs that exist that aren't really jobs. They're basically just like adult daycare. Like, you need to show up from this hour and you get to leave at this hour. You're basically supervised. It's not like an actual job where you do anything that actually contributes anything to society. You're like what's mostly known as like a product manager, where basically you act like you're busy and pretend to direct the people who do the actual work. So you're not like an actual manager, you're a product manager. So your entire job is basically just to pester people who are doing real work. And there's like this whole class, particularly of women, at these major corporations that have this job. And the reason why they have that job is because it was part of a concerted effort to get women into the workforce so that, you know, it would essentially drive down wages. Because if there's double the amount of people now looking for a job, well, guess what you can pay for jobs now? Half the price. But guess what also happens? The cost of housing goes up dramatically because now you have an entire group of single working class men and women who are both working, who have an income, who are paying taxes, which is another aspect, who now need places to live because people aren't getting married because the husband works and the wife stays at home with the kids. Now everybody's single, everybody works, doesn't have any kids, so now there's a need for double the apartments, double the houses,
Don't you fucking tell me to my face
raise the
to shut
price
the
that you
fuck up.
charge for that. Also now, too, because people aren't getting together, they can't save as much money anymore because of that. Which means that now the general person is completely out of the asset-owning class. So they'll most likely never own a home, they'll lease a car, or buy like a really shitty pre-owned one. But all of that to say is we've created an economy that operates as basically an adult daycare for women in particular to keep them out of the house, not having kids, and keeps the cost of living high, essentially. That was the general premise of the post. To sum it up quickly.
I can't afford this shit!
And basically, the whole part with like the AI that, like, I guess pulls into that is that AI is automating a lot of these daycare type roles of like making a status report or making a PowerPoint with a timeline on it to present to your development team so they know how to stay on schedule or what, like just the bullshit type roles. Or making a pretty little graph to show off the progress and stuff like the stuff that you can drop into AI and have it spit out in half a second, basically. Whereas some woman would work for like 2 hours on it. So that's what I'm more so talking about. if that makes sense. So, like, with this AI stuff, people are starting to realize how piss easy a lot of this stuff really is that they're paying whole-ass employees, you know, 8 hours a day to do, when that job didn't even need to exist in the first place. But now, even though it does, it can be done by, like, someone operating an AI in, you know, a 1/1000th of the time. Like, a software engineer could easily put into AI, like, hey, generate me a graphic showing a progress report, blah, 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 blah. And the AI will spit it out in, like, a minute. Whereas it would take, like, somebody, like, 2 hours to put it together by hand. If that makes sense. And 88 Krager with the 2 hottest WNBA player. The tall blonde chick, I don't know her name. Was it like Carmen or something? I don't remember who it is, but yeah, a tall blonde chick. Take your pick. Oh, Cameron Brink, that's it.
You shut the fuck up!
That's the only.
Tell me
I'm
to my
gonna be
face to
honest.
shut
I
the
only know
fuck
like
up.
3 WNBA players, and that's probably being generous. Actually, no, 2. I know the Caitlin Clark girl, and then. Oh, never mind. I do know 3. I guess the Cameron Brink chick, and then that nasty-looking Angel Reese bitch. The fucking white-hating slag. Who will be a single mom by 32. And probably broke.
Victory is within our grasp.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, we got 5 minutes until Trump comes on, but I don't see any movement on that yet. They're just still showing a picture of the White House.
More iron for the forge.
I don't think there's any money in actually playing in the WNBA. All the money comes from the sponsorships. So... Raymond with the 2. Yeah, we can see. And Donald Herb with the 20. This whole time, people have been blowing this whole Iran thing out of proportion. Iran has no way of truly hurting the U.S. China won't care. Yeah, they already backed out. And Russia has Ukraine to deal with. Hell, most Middle Easterners hate them. Yeah, the entire Middle East hates Iran, pretty much. Because they're a different sect of Islam, so... It's the Sunnis versus the Shias. They don't fucking like each other. E-Man with a 2. I work for security. Easy money. There you go. Nothing wrong with that, man. And Fancy Leo with the 15. Oh, so like they can use your time to study the human mind, integrate into AI. Not even that complex, man. It's just most tasks people do are piss easy and can be easily automated. And then mind chips like say Neuralink in order to say control people. I mean, that might come at some point, but that's not really what I was referring to. It's more so just taking super mundane, repetitive tasks that would otherwise be time-consuming and basically automate them to make them take, you know, a fraction of that time. And Lil Nuts with the 10. Fire stream so far. big ups, G. Appreciate it, man. Big ups to you as well. Alright, I'm just gonna back out of this for now. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this up just in case something happens. We'll see. Trump is usually fashionably late, so I'd be surprised if he walked out right at 10.
I can't afford this shit!
In Maximum with the 5, I got a summer job working in a warehouse, so basically at the ripe old age of 17, I contribute more to society than DSP, RTU, Boogie, iDubbbz, etc. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You're not a part of the parasite class of full-time content creators.
I can't afford this shit!
And Drew Bayou at the 2. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Creators Freedom with the 2. The next Call of Duty will be in, can you guess? Iran? Maybe? I have no clue. And Nick with the 2, DSP takes on Mario Kart are trash. I'm loving Switch 2. Dude, he's so bad at it. Like, genuinely bad. It's actually kind of wild. Like, my favorite clip so far is the one where he's like, I didn't even get my item, and it's like you can clearly see him using it. Fluffle Nugget with the 2, false equivalency to Baby Bush is crazy. Yeah, this isn't even comparable to Iraq at all. Trump does not want to go into Iran. He just wants to make a deal with the administration. Like, he doesn't even want a regime change. He just wants to make a deal so that they stop enriching uranium. That's it. That is quite literally it. So it's not about overthrowing the government. It's not about going in and taking it over to extract the oil. It's simply, as he's always said, he does not want them to have a nuclear bomb. So that's been pretty consistent. So taking out nuclear facilities is not even remotely the same.
I can't afford this shit!
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, Space Marine 2, while watching the Emperor speak. Yeah, exactly. As a proud member of his soon-to-be Legion, right? And Deadpool Rodriguez with the 2, Cameron looks like a giant next to Kevin Hart. Yeah. Bro, honestly, it would be kind of crazy to be with a chick that tall. Just the dynamic of it would be interesting at the very least. I don't know if it'd be better or worse than being with a chick that's shorter than you, but guess you don't know till you try. Why not just give Iran an alternative? Why is it not okay for them to have a nuclear technology? Because the more countries with nukes, the worse, like, the worse the world is altogether. So that's why. Nukes are a gift and a curse, but more so a curse. So the less countries that have nukes, the better. Generally speaking. Shower sex is better with a tall girl? What is the reasoning for that?
If he's gonna come out any second now, any minute now. But I'm gonna keep you on the line here, Hal, until we see President Trump walk out. Let's ask one more time, what exactly are you going to be looking to hear from the president? This is
what am I drinking?
First time we've
Diet
heard him
Pepsi, dude.
on
Obviously.
camera since we heard about this. What we've heard from him on social media is that we have completed what he calls very successful attacks on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. That includes Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Hal,
Oh,
it
here we
looks
go.
like President Trump, Vice President Vance, and others. It looks like Secretary Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio here. Let's listen to the president after the strikes on Iran.
Short time ago, the
You
U.S.
shut the
military
fuck! Don't you
carried out
fucking tell me to my face to
massive
shut the
precision
fuck up!
strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater
Either
and a lot
subscribe,
easier.
donate, or get the fuck
For
out.
40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and
Either
skill.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
Most
out.
of them can be taken out
Either
in a matter of
subscribe,
minutes.
donate, or get
There's
the
no
fuck out.
military in the world that could have done what we did
subscribe,
tonight.
donate, or get
Not
the fuck
even
out.
close. There has never been a military
either
that could do
subscribe,
what
donate, or
took
get the
place
fuck
just
out.
a little while ago.
Either
Tomorrow,
subscribe,
General
donate, or
Kane,
get the fuck out.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. President Trump in.
All right, well, that was short and sweet. Yeah, the thing is about him saying that there's other things to strike is that's a threat to, like, come to the negotiating table. That's basically saying, like, you know, work out a deal now, or else we'll hit other shit too. So, that's what that means. So, it's up to them. Either, you know, come to the negotiation table, give up the nukes, or we'll just keep hitting shit until you do. So... Because the thing is Iran has no actual way of countering U.S. airstrikes at fucking all. So, yeah. I mean, the thing is that happens is we'll just keep doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. And they have no way to counter it. It's like fishing in a barrel with dynamite. Literally. So... I'm glad haven't picked a side? What do you mean? No, Russia already said they're not going to aid Iran, and China doesn't get involved in anything militarily, so... Yeah, no, they're not going to do anything. Drew Bobby with the 10. When you think about it, Tears of the Kingdom was the first game with an increased MSRP, and people still bought it without question. Now they complain about an $80 game. People have no conviction. Yeah, and where's all the outrage for the fucking shitty Outer Worlds game from Microsoft being $80? Oh, wait, they don't care because nobody wants to buy it anyway. So... there you go. That's what it comes down to, is games people actually want to play, they get upset over the price increase. But when it's games nobody fucking cares about, then everybody's quiet. But yeah. Iran can retaliate, and they can rebuild a nuclear facility as well as raise a great military. Okay, and then we can just carpet bomb them again. What's your point? I don't think you fully grasp what happened. We had 6 stealth bombers fly into the deepest parts of Iran's military territories. Their 3 most guarded nuclear facilities in the entire nation. We flew in, bombed the ever-living shit out of them, completely fucking destroyed them, and flew out like nothing ever happened. That was 6 planes. 6 planes, bro. Do you really think the Iranians can raise a military when 6 fucking planes took out their main facilities? Like, their 3 crown jewels in, like, what, an hour? I don't know how long it was between the bombings, but I imagine it wasn't very long. So, I don't know. That feels like major cope to me. I don't think most people truly grasp, like, how advanced the U.S. military is compared to the rest of the world. Like, we literally can send in 6 aircrafts and wipe out a small country overnight. So, I don't know what to say. Like, putting a bunch of people in a bunch of tents in one central location in Iran to raise an army would be fucking retarded, because it would just make an easy target for yet another bombing. So... isn't China and Russia also developing their own stealth bomb? They're trying to, but to limited success. The thing is, though, is because the U.S. has stealth bombers, we know how to detect stealth bombers. So even if they did, they wouldn't be effective against us. Not to mention what we just used today are not even our most advanced models, I'm sure. We probably have secretive military technology that's, you know, 10 years, 50 years, however many years advanced to whatever they could put out. So we didn't even use our crown jewels. These are old bombers. I think they're like 25 years old or something. So it's not even like they're the most up-to-date you know, aircraft that the U.S. military has. Like, we have fucking railgun mounted fucking, you know, aircraft and ships as well that nobody really knows about. But yeah, it's like we have lasers on jets. Like, we got a lot of crazy shit. Let's just put it that way. We've got like literal fucking laser guns.
New rally point established.
Railgun, yeah. No, we have lasers. Have you never seen that? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Now is the time.
This was 9 years ago. And if they let us know about it 9 years ago, then it's already been developed for a long time.
To be the stuff of science fiction. Now, they're closer to getting real. The U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory told CNN it hopes to demonstrate a fighter jet laser as soon as 2020.
It really is a national tipping point where we see the technology evolving and maturing to the stage where it really can be used.
This year, the Air Force, the Pentagon research arm DARPA, and Lockheed Martin successfully tested a laser turret that would allow near supersonic planes to surround themselves with a 360-degree defensive laser shield. The Air Force Lab has already built working lasers that can destroy aircraft from the ground, like this laser shoot-down of an unmanned plane in 2009, which was a precision breakthrough. At sea, the U.S. Navy already has an operational laser weapon aboard the USS Ponce. But hitting moving targets from a fighter jet flying hundreds of miles an hour is a lot harder. A successful laser weapon can burn through strong materials remarkably fast with virtual...
But yeah, you get the point. We've had this shit. It's not anything new. So we've had it since 2009 that they demonstrated it. Who knows how long we had it before that? So that's what I mean, man. Like, the shit that the military has is like almost an entire, you know, century more advanced than what civilians have access to when it comes to technology. Well, the problem with that, PK, is if the mirror is, you know, taking sustained light, it's still gonna burn it. So you would have to make the mirror out of a material that's completely heat resistant for prolonged periods of time. And not only that, but with concentrated energy too. So that's a lot easier said than done. Dude, the Russians don't have the best nukes. We just don't advertise what we have. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is what the U.S. military has access to. We don't, like, throw it out there until it's already outdated. So, The type of shit that the U.S. military has, like, under lock and key that's still, you know, unrevealed is probably absolutely insane. Yeah, you don't advertise the best weapons you have. You keep it you keep it secret and close to the chest. It's like telling everybody your hand in a poker game. It's stupid. You don't do that. You keep your cards close to your chest.
He was weak, so he thought the moment is now.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Inky Squid with the 9 months. It's the Middle East sequel trilogy. Something like that. And Chronicle with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Big ups. Saberran with the 2. Can't wait to see that speech is spun against him. Oh, dude, it's going to be the Nick Fuentes types who hate Trump, who pretend to actually like him and all this stuff. I don't fucking know, bro. It's going to be the same usual suspects. Dude, you always end with God bless America. You say God bless everybody else first, and you say the first one is the least important. So, the last one you say, and God bless, you know, in this case America, that's supposed to be the most important one. So, yeah, you said it correctly. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2, I've always wanted to play laser tag in the air. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun, man. And that boy with the 5 DK Bonanza looks great. Switch 2 looks like it's going to have one of the strongest launch years for any console, despite the rage baiters say. Yeah, I heard even Soy Cuck guy is, you know, loving his Donkey Kong banana in his mouth. Yeah. Dreamcast guy could suck the skin off a banana in record time. So I've heard, at least. And Saber ran with the 2, so what you're saying is we have a Metal Gear? Maybe. Probably something close to it. I mean, the sad reality for the Iranians is basically we could send in an entire fleet of Predator drones and just fucking sit there and pick off every single military target we wanted to from the comfort of a fucking couch at a nearby Air Force base. So, the Iranians have to know they're not going to win this fight, so give up the nukes.
All right,
you get
awesome.
to keep
Thanks,
your little
nigga. All right.
shitty Islamic Republic, blah, 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 the end. Like, it's pretty simple what Trump wants. And it's been the same thing pretty much Since what, like 2011? So, yeah. Pretty easy shit. If they don't want to do it, that's on them. So they'll just get picked off like fish in a barrel, basically. Oh, whoops. I forgot to set the tips goal, dude. There we go. Daryl's in with the 5. Wish Mia Khalifa was our president right now. She would know what to do. Yeah, she would let every single Iranian male run train on her. And then we would have world peace. Griffin needs to be president? I don't want to be president. It's either dictator or nothing, so... Which, I mean, if I was... I shouldn't admit it, but yeah, if I ever was elected to president, I would declare myself dictator on day fucking 1. I'd cut a deal with all the army generals and such, take control over all the critical assets and drone fleets and everything, and yeah, we would actually get shit done. We would get shit done. I won't say what those things would be, but let's just say we'd need a lot of bullets. Approximately 100 million. I wouldn't need to repeal the 19th. Nobody would ever vote again. It wouldn't matter. Why would I bother repealing an amendment that no longer has any significance? Yeah, you could have a gun. I don't care about guns. You can own a tank, you can own whatever you want. Functioning, full auto, grenade launcher, RPG. Shit. That would be a good, you know, income generator for the government. No, dude, I think we're past the point of people who are non-boomers giving a shit about the term democracy. Democracy is so fucking gay, man. Every single guy under the age of 40, I'm like convinced, doesn't actually give a fuck about democracy anymore. What the fuck has democracy ever done for any of us? We now live in a country where the person who jumps the fucking border doesn't speak a single fucking word of English, has the same political capital as you, whose family has been here for generations and generations and has paid taxes, started businesses, fought in the military. Like, what type of fucking retarded ass system is that? At the very least, we should have qualified democracy. You should have to meet very strict criteria to be able to vote. Just this blanket right to vote is disgusting, man. It's wrong. We're literally allowing ourselves to be infiltrated by non-Americans who get to rewrite what it means to be American. It's disgusting. Why the fuck would anyone with a brain support a political system like that? It's stupid. But yeah, the whole, I don't know, man. I really don't think, once all the boomers are dead, this whole fucking, you know, current bullshit morality system we have surrounding government is not going to last, because it's not actual morality. It's basically just post-World War II brainwashing. So the Hollywood goy slot brainwashing is really only effective against boomers and maybe some, like all the way up through some millennials. Like the tail end of millennials maybe have like a little bit of that, like, you know, goy slot brainwashing left in them. But I would say pretty much most guys, especially under 40, are completely disenfranchised by the current political system. Entirely. Like, the current political system is advantageous to every single person except straight men. Like, straight men are literally the most marginalized group from the political spectrum. Hands fucking down. Like, straight men are actively discriminated against on every single front of life, whether it comes to divorce, whether it comes to getting into school, whether it comes to college, whether it comes to, like, you know, getting a job, taking out a business loan, everything. I mean, shit, you don't even get to have a choice in whether your wife kills your child or not before it's born. Like, every single fucking straight guy in this country is, like, actively being discriminated against. And it's even worse if you're white. So that's an entirely different thing. It's even worse if you happen to be a white guy. But en masse, I would say pretty much every straight dude is actively being discriminated against.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face
So why
to
the
shut the fuck
fuck
up.
would young men have any loyalty to this system of democracy when people are actively voting to oppress them? It's idiotic.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like all these fucking fanooks on Twitter. It's up to the Constitution. It's up to Congress to do. It's like, fuck off, bitch. Nobody cares. Congress can lick my taint. When's the last time Congress ever did something that people wanted them to? When is the last time Congress has ever done a damn fucking thing for anyone other than themselves? Never. Why the fuck is it this, you know, holy body that needs to have absolute authority on everything? And the same thing goes with the fucking courts. You know, if they want to pass down a ruling that tells the president how he should govern, then they can get off their fucking bench and do something about it. Otherwise, sit the fuck down. You have no power here. So, you know, it's really my hope that we get to the point where Trump has the balls to cross that Rubicon, but I don't know at this point. Because if he doesn't, someone else will, and I want our guy to be the one who does it. Because the leftoids won't hesitate for a fucking second when they think they have the opportunity to do so. And it's coming. Whether you want it to or not, it's coming. So the left will do it if we do not. That is the simple reality. So it's coming.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
We have all the identifiers that the Roman Republic had when they had their Caesar and Sulla. So we are past the point of no return. We are no longer a homogenous society that shares similar values and morality and beliefs and goals and expectations. We are a group of strangers who share nothing in common with each other, that have been completely demographically destroyed, economically castrated, and have been actively replaced for generations. There is no American people anymore. It's a bunch of bumfuck groups of people who don't even fucking want anything to do with each other. And then you have the actual Americans who are completely, you know, basically pushed to the side. So, I don't know, man. I'm completely disenfranchised with this democracy bullshit. Because it doesn't matter who the fuck you vote for. None of these fucking retards ever do anything. So, it doesn't matter. It's the illusion of choice. It's the pure illusion of choice. So, why not just take the fucking blinders off at this point? Treat it like it actually is. A banger tweet from Trump. What did he put out? No, you can thank Reagan for this. Reagan is the domino that started this fucking catastrophe. So him, LBJ, Woodrow Wilson, Roosevelt, both of them. I'm trying to think. Bill Clinton with NAFTA. There's a lot of them, man. Yeah, Reagan gave mass amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. California has never voted red ever since Roosevelt. Reagan gave amnesty to all of them. Reagan made California, which was once a 90% white state, into a 33% white state. Within, what, 50 years? 40 years? Yeah, he permanently turned his own state blue. So, unfortunately, the only way to save the Western world at this point is death. Just like the Spanish, man. The only way they took back their country is by killing off every single one of the Moors. So, we need a Inquisition level event to purge the state.
Gods are watching.
Most Latinos are not Republican. You are a fool if you believe that. And it doesn't matter, bro, because the Republicans are a fucking bullshit. Like, this is the thing I don't think you understand. I don't fucking like the Republicans. The Republicans are just as complicit in all of this as anybody else. We were just talking about how Reagan sabotaged his own fucking country with the mass amnesty. So, being a Republican is not a fucking good thing, inherently. Yeah, Republicans are basically the slightly less extreme Democrats. That's it. The problem is, guys, is we literally signed a death contract for our country. When the Federal Reserve Act was signed, we basically agreed to back up all national debt with a promise to the central bank that the population of the United States would continuously grow at a certain rate in perpetuity. And therefore, if the population didn't grow naturally, we would have to mass import people in order to meet that quota. in order to ensure that the United States, aka the people, don't default on their debt. Because we don't own our currency. So it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. You're part of the same fucking system. The system needs to be burned to the fucking ground and rebuilt.
I am not so easily slain.
So... Andrew Jackson did kill the central bank of his time. He succeeded in it. In his last few months in office, the central bank closed down. It took him all 2 of his terms, but it worked.
Now is the time.
So he actually succeeded in it after many years of trying to do so. It finally collapsed. But that's not even remotely comparable to how ingrained the Federal Reserve is compared to the central bank of that time. So the Federal Reserve is an entirely different beast. And a fucking scary one at that.
The true gods have further use of me. Special deployment ready. He was weak, so he died. Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
Well, no, it's not even that one bank shouldn't be... The problem is the U.S. government has zero authority when it comes to its own currency. Congress can't decide how much money is printed. Congress can't decide what the interest rate is. Congress can't decide any of these massive decisions that, basically overwhelmingly influence the overall economy of the United States. I mean, let's say we do pay off our national debt. The Federal Reserve could literally just say, well, now there's a 30% interest rate, which would completely destroy the economy. Like, this is what I don't think people get, is we're not dealing with the American government here. These are a group of people who genuinely only fucking care about control and will do anything in their power to exert that control. Paying back the national debt is a fucking fool's errand. Because once you pay it back, they'll just find a different way to financially cripple the country. It's just one mechanism out of many in their arsenal. So, the country was sold out by Woodrow Wilson back in the day. And further sold out by Roosevelt in the 30s. So...
Have further use of me. Special deployment ready. Dominate and defile.
Yeah, the Rothschilds. So, it's the Rothschilds, the Medici family, all sorts of them, it's, yeah, just look up your favorite old banking family of your choice and you'll find plenty of, examples, but yeah. Primarily the Rothschilds are the issue. Also, you have your Warren Buffetts, which own BlackRock. I mean, there's a lot of examples. Bill Gates has his tendrils and everything. Yeah, J.P. Morgan, but he was an agent of the Rothschilds, so... J.P. Morgan was backed by the Rothschilds of England. So he basically was the unofficial Rothschilds, I guess, representative in the United States. If you know anything about that, but yeah.
Death cannot claim what iron already owns. He was too frail for this war.
Nah, Carnegie sold out to J.P. Morgan, so yeah, he was bought out. No, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, J.P. Morgan, I guess you could say. I mean, there's a lot of them, bro. The problem is they all use holding companies and shit to hide where the money actually is. Yeah, the reason why the bank failed twice is the same reason why we had the Great Depression in the 30s, is because the bankers tank the economy purposefully. You know, it's just like communism. Let's keep trying it. Eventually it'll work, right? Eventually it'll work. No, it's the 13, then it's the 33, and then it's the 300. Russia already said they're not going to Iran's aid. No, but this all goes back to, like... So, it's not a coincidence that around the same time that the Federal Reserve Act was signed, we instituted an income tax. Because essentially the income tax was collateral for the Federal Reserve to give the United States government an infinite credit line. Because if the U.S. government has the authority to tax its population and the population is always increasing, then therefore the United States has access to unlimited credit from the Federal Reserve at their determined interest rate. But in return, the United States gives up its right to print its own money, which makes no fucking sense. So the United States gives up the authority to print its own currency and then agrees to pay an external entity a set interest rate determined by that entity for the privilege of getting their own money. It's just idiotic. There's no good excuse. Like, this would be like if you owned a home and then you gave it to an external company and then said, all right, well, now I'm going to rent my own house from you. There's no explanation of how that makes fucking sense. I'm gonna pay you to live in my own home that I gave you. It just, there's zero logic to it at all. It was a pure fucking sellout of our country. We completely just threw away our autonomy. And for absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, the reason we had the Great Depression was in, you know, the 1920s after World War I, the Federal Reserve took in massive amounts of gold from Europe and refused to print more currency based off of that gold that the United States government gave it, which caused a run on the banks because the monetary supply was too low. Therefore, everybody started withdrawing all their money from the bank as quickly as possible, which then forced the banks to close because of fractional reserve lending, which then tanked the entire economy. So the Federal Reserve orchestrated the Great Depression to buy up the majority of the economy for pennies on the dollar going into World War II, which then got them massive government contracts to produce wartime goods on borrowed money, which then they earned a massive amount of interest on from the U.S. government in the form of T-bills. I mean, it's robbery, dude. It's pure fucking robbery. So, that's why people who obsess over the national debt, I'm just like, it doesn't fucking matter. The national debt is completely irrelevant. None of this money is real at the end of the day. It's all funny money, made up bullshit. Bro, Alright, stop. Bitcoin is not worth anything. Who's in charge of the Federal Reserve? So the Federal Reserve is run by bankers. So what happened is at the offset of the Federal Reserve, they sold shares to the Federal Reserve for, I forgot how much it was to buy a singular share. They used that money in order to start the Federal Reserve, and basically whoever bought in originally is the owners of the Federal Reserve. So primarily it's banks. The big banks are the ones that bought in and got shares of the initial Federal Reserve Bank. So the banks that the Federal Reserve is supposed to regulate are the ones who own it. So essentially private corporations own a public service, quote unquote.
I can't afford this shit!
No, the United States has a small ownership stake in the Federal Reserve. I forget what it is, but it's not a controlling stake. And a fraction of the Federal Reserve's profits. How many government institutions do you know that make a profit? But yeah, the Federal Reserve's profits are split amongst the shareholders, and a portion of it goes into the Treasury. Again, it's just, dude, it's crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. No, the Great Depression happened because there was a run on the banks, because the Federal Reserve did not print more money despite taking in gold, because we were on the gold standard back then. So therefore, people rushed to the bank in order to withdraw their money from the bank, because there was a currency shortage, and back then you had to use cash in order to buy shit. So what they did is they all went to the banks at the same time, but because fractional reserve lending is a thing, where for, let's say you have $100 million on deposit at your bank, you only have to keep $10 million on hand, and you can loan out the other $90 million. You know, because everybody went and tried to pull their money all out at once, they only had like a small percentage of what was actually deposited on hand, because most of it was loaned out. So therefore, the banks didn't have enough money to meet their obligations, so they were forced to shut down. They recalled all the loans, forcing people to pay them off immediately, which nobody had money to do so, which crashed the entire economy when everybody was fire selling everything just to get money. So, no, the Great Depression was a purely manufactured event. And the Federal Reserve, like, what is that guy's name? Alan Greenspan, I think, has even been on record saying that the Federal Reserve is the one that caused the Great Depression. So the fucking guy who was in charge of the Federal Reserve admits that the Federal Reserve is the one who caused the Great Depression. It was a completely avoidable scenario that was manufactured. So, completely manufactured. The entire idea of fractional reserve lending is fucking idiotic in the first place anyway. But yeah, if you know how to use debt to your advantage, it's a good thing. Oh, let me see if I can find it real quick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, my bad. It was Ben Bernanke. Okay, that's who it was. I knew it was one of the two. But yeah, he's the one who said it was. Which he was on the board. So, yeah. I always get the two of them confused. But yeah, no, the Federal Reserve is responsible for almost every single financial collapse we've had. Because it's a great opportunity to buy. So, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. When the economy collapses, you can buy up assets for pennies on the dollar, dude. Like, think about it. In 2008, $300,000 homes were being fire sold for $20,000. Do you know how? Like, imagine if you had $100 million in the bank and you could buy assets for 1/15 of their actual price. Don't you think you would have financial motivation to crash the economy if you're just a psychopathic freak who doesn't fucking care about anyone else? Don't you think you'd be willing to do that? So, people are naive, man. Very, very naive if they have actual faith in government institutions, or in this case, non-government institutions. Oh shit, I'm way behind on Super Chats. My bad, guys. Let's see. So, Fluff will not give it the 2. First rule of order, no women in the games industry. Yeah. Dude, honestly, like, you know, the freedom of speech guys will be all upset, but there would be heavy morality restrictions on media if I was in charge. heavy. No more of this degenerate slop. I don't know, bro. There's a lot of work to be done.
Casualty reported.
Oh yeah, the LGBT propaganda's over. Day one if I was in charge. It's absolutely over. Day one. Without debate. Every single doctor that's ever performed a trans surgery on a child will be publicly hung. Every single trans activist hung. Every single counselor that has indoctrinated kids and, you know, tried to convince them that a boy is a girl, hung. Every single fucking one of them. Gone. Nah, alright, if we want to get into it, marriage would no longer be a thing of the state. At all. Personally. The only way you'd be able to get married is through, like, a religious institution of an approved list. But that I'd have to work out the finer details on. Marriage would serve as no legal status. Yeah, there would be no more divorce court or any of that type of stuff. That would be gone. So, divorce court would be completely gone. If you want to leave your husband, then you can provide for yourself. It's not his job to do such. The only type of court that would exist is for parental, like, you know, rights. That's it. On who gets to see the kid. But that would be very clear and, you know, straightforward. Yeah, exactly. Marriage should be through the church, not through the state.
Allied casualty. Now is the time.
Yeah, that's the thing, is marriage would be a purely religious thing from here on out. The government would have no hand in it. Now, let's just say there would be certain restrictions in place. But, yeah, it would go back to basically the churches. What religions? You'd have to get on a list of approved ones. But even then, the government would not recognize marriage as like any significant legal status, so you wouldn't be granted tax benefits for being married or not married. You wouldn't have any specific rights or anything like that as like a, you know, side effect of being married. So there'd be no like additional legal anything surrounding marriage. So the need for the government to be involved in marriage would completely disappear. So a single person would pay just as much in tax as a married couple. Now, if you have children, that's a different thing. But this is where things get tricky, is I would have, you know, certain exemptions on taxes for people with kids, but you would have to prove cohabitation under extremely strict guidelines that you and the like mother, or I guess the mother and father live together, are engaged in a, you know, marital structure of some sort, and are both raising the child together in order to qualify. No more single mom bullshit. That would be gone. Single father, same thing. Same thing goes. Unless it was the result of a death. That's the only exemption. Like, if your wife or husband dies of, like, a disease or something, then that's, you know, obviously a special circumstance, but that's not the norm by any stretch of the imagination. It's less than 1%. So, yeah, single moms, single fathers, no benefits. Well, let's see. So, Squirrel Stamper with the 2, democracy should be heavily gate-kept. Fuck this shit. Yeah, I agree. A qualified democracy is what we need, at the very least. There needs to be strict restrictions on who can actually vote. This blanket democracy bullshit has been a disaster. And CIA with the 5, did you see the land whales get mad over Trump stopping them from buying junk food with food? Yeah, I did. I can't buy no soda, no more candy. Shit, how am I supposed to feed them kids? With vegetables. Honestly, I'm of the mentality that we should get rid of food stamps and we should just give out beans and rice for people who truly need food, you know? If they're gonna starve without food stamps, then we'll give them a daily ration of beans and rice. And that way they won't fucking die. They'll have just enough food to live off of. That way they won't starve to death. But we should not be subsidizing people to eat fucking lobsters and steak and a bunch of junk food in order to, you know, just mooch off the government all day instead of actually working. So, yeah, we should just give them beans and rice. Give them actual food, not money. Yeah, MREs. Yeah, that would work. MREs would work. If you're truly starving and gonna die of hunger, then yeah, you're not gonna be picky. So many of our problems could easily be solved. But nobody wants to do it because it's not popular. Because of our wonderful democracy. AKA mob rule. Whoever throws the most bread and circuses at the masses wins. That's the unfortunate political state of affairs we found ourselves in.
Special deployment ready. New rally point established. Already owns. New rally point established.
Bro, the Republican Party has screwed over the American people just equally as much. Like, Trump is not a Republican, which most people don't fucking remember. He is literally a lifelong Democrat that became disillusioned with his party because they became too left-wing and genuinely started hating America. You know, for all of Trump's flaws, he genuinely loves the country. And I will take a flawed person who is acting in good faith to try and help his country over someone who is just genuinely sabotaging it from within. So that's the thing. Is say what you will about Trump, he genuinely likes the United States and he likes the people in this country. So no, George Bush is a fucking piece of shit who sold out the nation.
I can't afford
The Bush family is one of the most corrupt political families up there with the Clintons, man. There is nothing genuinely good about them. That entire family is corrupt as hell.
Resupply cache. Part of the plan. Special deployment ready.
Nah, I wouldn't have to outlaw race mixing because without the constant propaganda, nobody would do it naturally. In a completely isolated environment away from media propaganda, most races prefer to get with their own. Most people do not naturally want to race mix. The only reason race mixing is as prominent as it is because of the constant propaganda and advertising and movies and TV shows that are, you know, shoved in front of your eyes every fucking minute of every day. Like, how many commercials do you see of an all-white couple anymore? Like, when's the last time you've ever seen a commercial on TV with a white couple? So it's all, yeah, it's like the tranny propaganda. You know, it's just constant, you know, desensitization. So if you take away the constant propaganda stream, a lot of these issues people have vanish. Like, the whole fucking grooming of kids stuff goes away basically overnight if you restrict the ability for people to propagandize it. So you wouldn't even have to put a restriction on it. It would just naturally correct.
Now is the time.
Take away the propaganda and society will heal itself, I'm telling you. Like, everything will go back to sanity. We just live in an evil world filled with just, you know, genuinely vile human beings that have power who are actively trying to destroy humanity so that they can raise it up from its ashes and rule it in their image. So... Their kids don't have to interact with other kids. There's special schools for them. You know, as in that Kanye song, Carnival, he says, got my kids in the fake school. They ain't, insert word that starts with a J. Because that's a little known fact. You know, like in Europe, it's like basically illegal in certain countries to have religious-based schools. Well, it's illegal except for one religion. They can still have religious-based schools. So, yeah.
Terrorize our foes. Special deployment ready.
Am I gonna homeschool my kids? Probably not. I would just pay for them to go to like a nice private school.
Casualty reported.
I would pay for them to go to like a nice private school. You basically have to nowadays. You can't send your kids to public school. You're just setting them up for failure if you do. Public schools, you're not going to learn anything there anyway. It's basically just state-sponsored daycare. Damn, I can't see. No, the thing is I don't have a, like, this is the difference. I don't have a problem with, like, your average Jewish person. That's not the beef. The beef is, like, this fucking globalist tier Frankist Jew. You know, out of the Frankfurt School of Judaism. That is the issue. If you want to point to the elites, that's your label. Frankist Jews. Your average Jewish guy or girl is not actively out here, like, maniacally rubbing their hands together like, how can I destroy the white race? And it's like, no, it's a very small subsect of them. Just like there's fucking, you know, bad groups of Christians or whatever other race or religious group or whatever you want to point to. Just like your average Muslim person is not, like, actively, you know, plotting on how to destroy Western civilization. Like, the average person is just trying to live their fucking life. The problem is there's troublesome groups within them. So, at face value, yeah, your average Jewish person is not an issue. But if you dig deep and you find the particular ones, then yeah, there's some problems. Big problems. So, You know, Frankist Jews, Bolshevik Jews, those types are bad. But there's plenty of examples of shitty fucking Christians and Muslims and Buddhists or whatever you want to point to. So, I don't know. In theory, you know, Jewish people should have a similar morality system to Christians, but unfortunately the ones who have power are not acting in that way. You don't even like I've never liked Adam Sandler. I don't like that entire genre of movie. Like the, you know, pitiful male comedy trope. Like, oh, look how sad and pathetic this guy is. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's just really gay. Let's see. So Mike with the 10. Appreciate it, man. 2012, when I was in Afghanistan, I saw tanks we working on with digital paint camouflage. Yes, the paint was digital like an LCD screen that could camouflage to the environment. We got cooler shit now. Yeah, it's really neat what we have. The active camo, yeah. And again, if that's what's deployed, then God only knows what we have behind closed doors in a warehouse somewhere. So, we have so much cool shit that we don't even know about, unfortunately. But I guess it is good, because then our enemies don't know about it either. And though with the 2, Emperor Griffin, King Washington will be avenged. Yeah, exactly. You know, it is sad, man. Our founding fathers really did their best to try and ensure that we would have a persistent and strong country, but it's just been sabotaged so many fucking times from within. It's really sad. We had a great thing, and it's been ruined. Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey, Griffin, apparently AOC has called to impeach Trump. Oh my god. Maybe she took her top off. She'd be a little more convincing. Over the attack on Iran, she is absolutely pathetic, and it's an act of desperation. Yep. The president has every right to strike anything he wants with the military, so yeah. If she wants us to take her seriously, take her top off and oil up them titties, and then maybe you can have my attention. Saber Ram with the 5. Griff for president. Show the world the power of gaming. Todd Howard is his Secretary of Defense. It just works. We need Griffin's cabinet pick. I don't even know who I would pick, man. I don't even know who I would pick. The thing is I would basically completely get rid of the bureaucracy. Pretty much every federal agency would close overnight if I had authority, so there's no need for most of it. The bureaucracy would be completely gutted. So I would just rehire as the need arises. But I would only put in loyalists, so I don't know. And Opinionated Junkie with the 2. Central bank will use crypto to be central coin. Yeah, we're going to go to a digital currency, unfortunately. But, you know. That is the way it's looking to be.
Gods are watching.
Run a Dog with the 2. The events tonight couldn't wait until Last of Us 3. Rip. Well, I don't really. Well, maybe if Neil Cuckman's vacationing in Israel, Maybe that would be the only thing that would slow down the production. But I'm not sure. We already have a digital currency in actuality, man, because most of the money we have isn't even printed. It's just literally numbers on a balance sheet, so most of the money's not even physically real. And Daryl Zone with the 2. Thanks for the gate pair, man. And Creators Freedom with the 2. Thanks for the 1-up, bro. Now when I kill myself, I can come back to life. So I'll have to do it all over again. Opinionated Junkie with the 5. Russia can't save Iran. They're busy with Ukraine. They already said that they're not going to help Iran, so yeah. They're already done with that. Look at Syria. That is one silver lining with the Ukraine war. Yeah, I don't think the Russians would actually... See, this is the problem with Russia, is they don't actually want to be allied with China or Iran or any of these other countries. We've just given them no other choice because, you know, boomers in our fucking government still act like Russia is the fucking Soviet Union, blah, 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 the enemy we must defeat, but in reality you're actively serving. But that's a whole nother can of worms. But yeah, Russia is the boogeyman for fucking neocon shit libs in the government, essentially. Russia should be our ally. We have more in common with Russia than most of Western Europe at this point, which is sad to say. But Russia is a closer reflection of Christian values than the majority of the Western world today. We should be working with Russia, not against them. And Soycast guy with the 2, what's up with the King Charles Hercules red? That's a real... Yeah, King Charles claims that he's a descendant of Hercules and can trace his family lineage through the ages, all the way back to Hercules' ancient blood. Like, yeah. That's part of the whole 13 families discussion. If you, I don't know, if I'm not going to get into that because I'm not an expert on it, but yeah, essentially there are families in the world, which, you know, the Windsors, which are the current royal family of the British, you know, they can trace their lineage all the way back to ancient times. And according to King Charles, he claims that he is a direct descendant of Hercules. Yep, God blood, exactly. Yeah, the reason why, you know, the West globo-homo governments hate Russia is because Russia is a white, conservative, Christian country. And that is what they fear most. Them white people. The biggest threat to the world, man. They're not easily controlled, so therefore they must be eliminated. You're a descendant of the older Wakanda. So Atlantis? Hell yeah, man.
He was weak, so he died.
Russia's like 90% white, bro. And the rest of it's like mostly Asians, which, you know, are pretty much white people, but just, you know, a little different. But yeah, Russia's like 90% white, dude. Most of the Russian population is like literally in Western Europe, so. Like, the vast majority of the population of Russia is not in Asia. Like, the entire Siberian region is not even habitable. It's like how the northern border of the United States, the majority of the population of Canada is below that. So, like, you know, the majority of Canadians live at a lower latitude than the border of North Dakota and Canada. That's a little fun factoid. So, it's the same case. Most of the population lives in a very, very, very small portion of Canada, just like a very small portion of Russia has the population living in it.
Terrorize our foes. Iron endures all.
If you want me to answer your question, give me money, bitch. Otherwise, sit the fuck down. I don't have time for you. You're barely even worth the air you breathe. The only way your life has any sort of meaning is if your labor directly benefits me. You are a subhuman, unfit to lick the bottom of my fucking shoe. Because the amount of time I would have to stop with my foot lifted in order for you to do so would be worth more than the entirety of your pitiful life could ever amount to. What plantation was Wakanda on? Candyland. Let's see. Flubble Nugget with the 2. Our money is just an artificial device. Yep, it's not real, so it's purely perceived value. Why do I care about your low self-esteem and self-worth? My guy, I was not even talking about you. But I don't know. Because I'm better than you? If you want me to be honest, I don't know. Oski Woski with the 5. Damned I am, and damned I'll be, but I fight for the truth. Alright, let's see. Oh, the Legion of the Damned book? I'm not familiar. I haven't read any of the Warhammer books. I probably should. They'd probably be entertaining. But, yeah, I haven't read any of them. I've been reading my historical books lately. So I reread my Julius Caesar book. I'm reading a book right now about Trajan. And then I have like a bunch of like I have a bunch of like old, like ancient, I guess, literature collections that I want to read through as well too. But yeah, I mainly like reading non-fiction stuff, but I probably should try some of the fiction stuff. And Warhammer would probably be good. Don't read the books, just listen to the audiobooks. Nah, it's good to know how to. It's good to know how to read, man. It's very good to know how to actually read. You shouldn't just be reliant on listening to things. Mein Kampf. I've read like 10 pages of it. I never got past that. Like during high school, they had a copy of it at the school library, and everybody being lay edgy would check it out so they could write their name in the library card at the front of the book. So, yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
Recommend me some books. So the one I just finished reading, which is really good, if you're a fan of ancient Rome. Let's see, I'll just pull the cover real quick. This book. This one's really good. It's a very easy read too. Like it reads like an actual storybook instead of like a history book. So it's a very easy read. Like time goes by quickly while reading it. But yeah, this is a really good one. You can get it on eBay for like $5. I had to get this for one of my college classes way back in the day, and I really ended up liking it, so I just reread it recently. I took a ancient world history class in college, and this is one of the books I had to read. But yeah, it's really good.
I can't afford this shit!
It goes through like so many different, you know, aspects of Caesar's life, like a lot of the smaller events that most people never even heard about, which is kind of cool to see how he like manipulated people early on in his career and everything. So
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
but I love ancient world history. I think that's way more interesting than like modern history, personally. Like there's just something about like 100,000 people, you know, getting into hand-to-hand combat and like taking over entire continents and shit that's just really fucking cool. Like we don't get anything like that anymore. Age of Empires. I don't like those type of games, personally. I'm not big on strategy games. Dude, hand-to-hand combat's done. It's never coming back. So, it's done. We'll always have ballistic weaponry of some sort from now on. Yep, cracking a Pepsi, dude. Oh shit. Super chat fed. V just fucking moved. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. There we go. E-Man with the 2, thank God I was born in the US. Yeah, it's a 25% chance you're born in India, so be thankful. Imagine that, bro. There's a 1 in 4 chance that you end up being born in India. Truly nightmarish odds. And though with the 5, the amount of Fed posting is gonna get Griff on a list. I probably already am, bro. I bought a bad guy dagger from World War II off of eBay. I'm probably already on the list. XRP dishwasher with the 2. They're going to shut your stream down. Oy vey. Uh-oh. No, stop.
Our warband is halfway there.
Anything with that. And Squirrel Stamper with the 2. Mandatory military service plus land ownership equals... Yeah, I'd be... Honestly, I would be absolutely fine if only the military got to vote. You know what? Genuinely, I would not care. You have to do a minimum of 4 years of military service to vote. I would be all for that. I think that's fine. I honestly feel like we should have mandatory military service. I think it would do people a lot of good, especially young men, for like 2 years to go into the military, get that sense of like camaraderie and brotherhood, make friends, get physically fit, learn how to do stuff. Like, I feel like that would actually be very beneficial. Genuinely. Like, I'm not even like bullshit. I think pretty much every single person would benefit from that. I can't think of a negative aspect to that at all.
All right, awesome.
I don't think
Thanks,
there's a
nigga. All
single
right.
negative you can point to about that. I think that should be like your first 2 years of college. That, I think, would be perfect. You know, condense the college process, cut out all the filler classes and electives. Your first 2 years of college, which are usually the gen ed requirements that aren't really anything worthwhile, that should be like your mandatory military service. And then 2 years after that, you go into like your specialized field. Like if you want to become an accountant, if you want to learn finance, if you want to do pre-law, if you want to do like, you know, a science program, engineering, things like that. I think that would be the way to do it. Build in like the military service requirement into like the college process. I think that would actually be a good solution.
Dominate and defile.
It sure as shit would improve the mental health problem we have. That's for damn sure.
Shed more blood.
Do you get free college after? Only if you agree to a subsequent 5-year period of military service. That would be my thing for that.
New rally point established.
I have horrible mental health. I'm not on any SSRIs or fucking depression pills or go to therapy or any of that bullshit, so I'm good, bro. I don't have a mental illness. I would say for the most part, I'm pretty mentally stable. Can I imagine DS being, alright guys, we gotta hit this tip skull, so that way I can buy some more cigarettes at the store.
1 minute remains. Casualty reported.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Daryl Zone the 2, Griffin will be the next Jason Bourne. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I definitely have that secret agent level training and shit. No, it's a joke about the military. Like, you know, it's a military stereotype that everybody in the military just smokes cigs and drinks monsters. Like, you know, you got, during your basic training and shit, you know, it's basically the military diet. You know, white monster and cigarettes. They just vape now? Whatever, it's the same difference. But they do it to stay awake.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
You have to be awake for a long time. So a lot of them chain smoke, yeah, Zens. They drink their Monster Energies or whatever, my Red Bull, it doesn't matter. But yeah, you get the point. That's why. Ripping cigs and all that type of shit, or, you know, packing fatties. Dude, I never got the fucking dip shit, bro. That's nasty. Fucking chewing tobacco, that's so gross. Like, I don't know. Yeah, let me just pack a fat lip real quick. Oh shit, Eagle Claw. Yeah, my, a bunch of people in my high school, they used to fucking dip. That shit's nasty, bro. Everybody used to have the can of tobacco in their back pocket. The wintergreen, or whatever the fuck it was called. Soycast guy with the 2, gotta hear the Jesus bloodline. Well, it's the opposite of the Jesus bloodline. So basically, as the theory states, the 13 families are all competing to breed the Antichrist, essentially, who will rule over the earth, as is foretold. So, it's actually the opposite of Christ. If you believe in the conspiracy, it's the 13 families are basically competing amongst each other in order to bring about the end of the world, in order to, you know, birth the Antichrist from their own bloodline, in order to basically inherit the earth. So, that's the, you know, underlying goal. Donald Herb with the 5. People are mad at Mr. Beast using AI thumbnails. Saw someone argue it's taking away jobs. Oy vey, not the art of thumbnails because they're... Not the art of thumbnails dying because of AI. Dude, if you have to... If your job is making thumbnails, you don't have a real job. Like, literally, it takes 10 minutes to make a fucking thumbnail. Like, unless you're making 1,000 thumbnails a week, that's not a real job. That is genuinely not a real job. At all. Well, if you believe in the Bible, the Antichrist will rule over the earth in Revelations and such. So, basically, among the we don't need to get biblical, but... Yeah, basically, if you know the role of the Antichrist in Revelations, he's like the false ruler of the earth, essentially. You know, he pretends to be Christ, and rules over all the nations of the world. Squirrel Stamper with the 2. I read through the OG version of Frankenstein. Stein! But nice, man. I've never actually read that book. That or Dracula. And Jesus with the 2, time for Iran to recognize true power. Yeah, I mean, the thing is all Trump wants is them to give up on the nuke. Like, if they just do that, this is over with. So, no regime change, things go back to normal, the sanctions will probably lift, and, you know, we'll be good.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. Thanks for the recommendation. Little bro and I are gonna head to the bookstore and find it. He's been really interested in all the shit I've been reading. Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, if you like history, then that's definitely a really good book to read, so. And 88 Cracker with the 2. Have you read the Turner Diaries? I have not. I'm not familiar with that. Donald Herb with the 5. Atlantis is real, Griffin, and it was built and ruled by the Kangs. They gave they then gave knowledge and democracy to the white people in Greece. Yeah, and then them evil whiteys sank they city. I guess they all died because they knew they couldn't. They couldn't swim. Bro, what game was it with the black? Oh, it was South of Midnight. She couldn't swim. And then, yeah. What was it? Assassin's Creed Shadows where he couldn't jump. So, that one made no sense. Everybody knows white boy can't jump. Mike Estes with the 5. Albert Einstein.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
I
nigga.
know
All right.
not with what weapon World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything will ever get that bad, but who knows? It's possible. It is entirely possible, unfortunately. I mean, as shitty as it sounds, we are kind of due for another, you know, large-scale conflict. So, I don't know if it'll be economic or military or what, but things will not continue as they are right now. People literally aren't having children, which in every other historical time period is an indicator for massive political change, usually through warfare. When people don't reproduce, they're genuinely incredibly unhappy, and therefore is a catalyst for change. And Daniel with the 5, isn't it funny how the royalty cares so much about their own lineage, but do not care about polluting the lineage of their people? Hey, stop noticing, Goy. But yeah. You know, who cares about your, you know, bloodlines and whatever? But don't you fucking dare put that on me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They've meticulously mapped out their family lineage, but why do you care if it's a white country or not? Yeah, it's the same fucking hypocritical fucking
All right,
bullshit
awesome.
every
Thanks,
single
nigga. All right.
time. Their lineage gets to survive, but yours doesn't. Donald Hurt with the 20, maybe I'm dumb and not seeing beyond normalcy, but people saying it'll be World War III are overreacting like Iran has no strong allies. They are hated outside of Jew haters who want anything anti-Israel to succeed, even if it's Iran. Yeah, exactly. The Nick Fuenteses of the world have no actual clout or political capital with anyone. So, yeah, it's just a bunch of hot air in order to farm super shekels from their gullible audience. And Nick with the 5, hey Griffin, I'm out here in Yellowstone National Park and camping here in grizzly bear country. Oh, that's nice, man. I went to Yellowstone probably like 15 or so years ago. I went with my parents. It was pretty cool. I don't know what it's called, but you should look for this one beach. I don't remember what it is, but it's like an obsidian beach. It was really cool. I mean, I went in the winter time, so as the waves were coming up, the water was freezing. So it was like waves of ice crashing on the shore. But the entire beach was made of obsidian shards. I wish I remembered the name, but it was really cool. But yeah, obviously it's summertime, so you won't get the ice effect, but yeah, there's like an entire like beach area made of obsidian. And it's pretty cool. They tell you not to pick up any pieces or anything, but I remember I brought a big-ass bag home with... But yeah, I still have them somewhere. But it's a really cool thing to see. But yeah, I went... I think it was like 2008-ish I went. I don't remember exactly when, but... It was a while back. But it's a really beautiful area. Unfortunately, I had really bad like elevation sickness or whatever, so for like the first 3 days I was like vomiting and stuff from being higher than I was typically used to, I guess. I don't know. Apparently it's a common thing if you're used to living at or around sea level. I was getting like altitude sickness or something. I don't know what it was, but yeah, I was like out of commission the first 3 days. I remember that. And Fail Pip with the 5, greetings from deployment. Glad it's not Iran. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get that bad, man. Fingers crossed, but hopefully you're deployed somewhere nice. And Donald Hurt with the 2, I agree with Socrates. Democracy is flawed. Yep. Democracy relies on people having a brain, and unfortunately, especially in the modern age, people do not. And Blue Senshi with the 5, I just hope all the motherfuckers waiting for GTA 6 get drafted so they can just shut the fuck up. Yeah, exactly. GTA 6 flops. What a shame.
Gods are watching.
Draft Hassan, yeah. And then watch him go AWOL so we can execute him at a military tribunal. A win-win. He can't make shitty content and we get to watch public execution.
Moment is now. We have fallen behind. Shed more blood. Casualty reported.
People saying the Trump assassination was staged yet again. Oh boy, I'm sure. I mean, that was a hell of a theatric performance, man, if so. Really outdid himself. Shit.
Iron endures all.
Dude, every time anybody mentions Russia now, I kind of just get a little sad. I'm not gonna lie. After watching that Moscow video, it fills me with sadness. I don't know. We could have had that. And more. We could have had all of that and so much more. That shit's genuinely blackpilling. We didn't send them any money. Yes, we did send the money. We absolutely did send Ukraine money.
I am not so easily slain. He was weak, so he died. Tossing frag grenade.
Where the fuck did my grenade go?
Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
Aaron, why do you have such a hatred for Russia? Are you like a 70-year-old boomer that believes in the fucking Red Scare still? The evil Russians are gonna rape your kids and fucking put you in chains? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about, bro? You gotta be like some fucking 50-plus-year-old boomer that actually thinks Russia is actually some serious threat now. You do gobble the cock of Russia a lot? Yeah, because Russia is a white Christian nation. We should be friends with them. We have more in common with them than a majority of our quote-unquote allies. We should be friendly with Russia. We should be working
awesome.
with
Thanks,
Russia.
nigga. All right.
Russia is literally our neighbor.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
The United States is closer to Russia than we are to fucking most of the South American countries. Russia should literally be our closest ally. Because they're quite literally the closest country to us, aside from Cuba, Mexico, and Canada.
Now is the time. Our warband is halfway there.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Yeah, they absolutely should be our greatest ally. If the United States and Russia work together to modernize, like, the mineral extraction in Siberia, it would generate so much wealth and access to rare earth minerals for both of our countries that it would probably launch both of us into a new golden age. The amount of money and resources just sitting untapped in Siberia is it's insane, man. If we worked with the Russians and, like, you know, had like a joint venture where we both decided to, like, work together to extract those rare earth minerals, we could completely cuck China financially forever. But instead, we forced the Russians into cooperating with the Chinese instead. Which is idiotic because they don't want to do that, but they have to. Why do I feel like that's a hot take Griff just gave? I don't feel like it's a hot take. Why shouldn't we be working with the Russians? We should be cooperating with the Russians. You can literally see Russia from fucking Alaska. They're our neighbors. We literally should have a good relationship with them. They're a white Christian nation. We should have good relationships with them. Same Floyd did not take his last breath so you could act like this. That's right, man. Actually, Griffin, Russia's not a Christian country. They're actually a Catholic country. Actually, they're an Orthodox country. So, yeah, I'm gonna check your actually with my actually. Actually, you're wrong, dude. Also, you keep saying white Christian nation. What's up with that? What? What part of white Christian nation is not self-explanatory? They're a white Christian nation. Predominantly white, predominantly Christian, and they're a country. What's, like, mysterious about that? Don't really think there's much room for interpretation there. It means Griffin doesn't want me in his country? No, you're fine, Rent-A-Dog. You're not ghetto, so... The only black people I have beef with are the ghetto ones. Same with white N-words, too, so... Ghetto culture needs to die. Same with Hispanics, too. They've started to adopt that shit. So, yeah, any ghetto culture just needs to be eradicated. You know, if you're a normal human being of any race, I don't really care. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really a racist, so to say. I'm more of a culturist. You know, it's not about what you look like, it's how you act. That's the most important thing. And any culture that glorifies crime and, you know, that sort of shit, then I think should be removed. So... That's what every racist person would say. I can live with that. How do I feel about illegal immigrants that were born in other countries, brought here very young? Get them the fuck out. I don't even think, you know, immigrant kids that are born in the U.S. should be citizens. So birthright citizenship is a joke. It was never supposed to apply to illegal immigrants coming over here and popping a kid out, and then all of a sudden they're U.S. citizens. That needs to go. That is one of the greatest fucking travesties of Supreme Court rulings in the history of our country.
Gods are watching.
Yeah, it should not be our responsibility to take care of a kid that some illegal immigrant pops out because they hopped the border. Yeah, that was only supposed to apply to the children of free slaves. That was the reason for that. It was never supposed to apply to illegal immigrants. It was supposed to apply to the children of freed slaves because they weren't citizens. And the Supreme Court twisted it and made it into something to, you know, basically have a bunch of bullshit. You know, a complete demographic overhaul of our country. This has been hundreds of years in the making. The saboteurs have been working for a very long time to undermine, you know, our nation.
I can't afford this shit!
New rally point established. I will not fail, Perturabo.
What was it, Costco today, and a small Asian lady ran over your foot with a shopping cart? So even when they're not driving cars and they're pushing a shopping cart, they're still shitty drivers. Figures.
Warband is halfway there. Alliances must end.
Let's see. HC101 with the 5. I know the country wasn't built for me, but as a black man, I should be making it better, especially since my great-grandfather raised me to succeed. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is regardless of who you are, you should be actively trying to make the country better, but the problem is the vast majority of people just don't fucking care anymore. It's sad. I mean, it doesn't even feel like we have a, like, genuine country anymore, if that makes sense, but shit's sad.
Is within our grasp.
Donald Herb with the 2. Fruit Tanga still posting about the Switch 2. I know, dude, for such a big PC Master Race guy, he sure does love talking about consoles all day. Interesting. And Donald Herb with the 2, Russia also much cooler than most of Euro cucks. I mean, the thing is, bro, is like the Russians, you know, say what you will, they actually have like a pretty good morality system overall. They don't allow any of this fucking LGBT kid grooming shit. I don't know. It's crazy. The so-called bad guys of the world look better and better every day. Funny how that works. When you start looking at it, the so-called bad guys actually seem pretty good in a lot of cases throughout history. I wonder why. It's almost like maybe they weren't as bad as we thought.
Established. New rally point established.
What's up, puppy dog? What are you doing? It was funny today when I was walking him because it was like 86 degrees out. He kept begging me to come back. Hey, buddy. He's been passed out on the floor ever since we got back. He's up and moving now, though. Hey, bud. Good boy. Doom Boom with the 5 back in high school, a small minority of the South Asian kids. Are you talking about Indians? South Asian kids act like ghetto black people, and I'm thinking, why? That's not your culture. Why be dumb? Because that's the sissy hypno slop that they've been exposed to by the mass media organizations. Yeah, I think it's funny. Poland is, like, I think about to surpass the United Kingdom in terms of GDP or whatever. Which is, like, insane. So, Poland has made a complete, 180 from the entirety of the rest of Western Europe. Because they blocked all immigration. And they've had a pretty right-wing country for a while now. Isn't that interesting? So, Poland is thriving while the rest of Western Europe is dying. I mean, most of Western Europe, unfortunately, is just in a state of managed decline. Admittedly so by their own politicians. They'd rather import the third world and kill the country off than actually turn things around. It's pitiful. The Groiper cope on my feed is insane tonight. I know. All the little Nick Fuentes cocksuckers are gonna be all pissed off. Like, I didn't vote for this. Yeah, because you voted for Camel Toe like your little gay catboy retard king told you to.
Can't afford this shit!
Our warband holds the advantage.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes told everybody to vote for Kamala over Trump. And then tried to pretend like he never told anyone to do so.
was weak, so he died.
Donald Hurd with the 5. But Griffin, leftist economist, told me right-wing politicians are bad at economics. That's right, man. They're the worst, dude. Nick Fuentes doesn't drink milk, so that's because only white people can drink milk. Most minorities have lactose intolerance. That's a joke, by the way. It's crazy how half the nation turned on Trump when he ran in 2016. Yep. And all these fucking so-called Trump supporters have zero fucking loyalty, man. Fuck them. That's what I think is so funny about these right-wing LARPer guys. Like, they all sit there and idolize Hitler and everything like that. It's like, bro, let's say if Hitler, got resurrected and was sworn in as dictator of the world. These fucking retards on Twitter would turn on him in fucking 10 minutes. I'm telling you, like, none of these guys have any fucking loyalty at all because they have a TikTok attention span. So it's not about the big picture. It's not about anything. It's just all about what they feel in that particular moment. And then they have, like, some retarded spurg out every 5 minutes, depending on what the latest news story said. It's just pitiful. None of these fuckers have even a semblance of loyalty. So I just find it ironic that they all sit there and LARP about how much they would love to, like, kiss Hitler's gooch and shit like that. And it's like, bro, he would do one thing they don't like and they'd kill him themselves. Like, it's just, they're not loyal people. They don't have any attention span past whatever the last, headline was they read 5 minutes ago. They can't look at things in the grand scheme of things. It's just whatever I immediately feel right now. They're women. You're not wrong. Nazi Germany had a program where they were relocating Jews to Israel. They wanted to establish Israel as the capital for Jews. Yep, exactly. But don't tell a Groiper that. Yeah, there's literally... I remember the flyers and shit for that. I saw those back in the day.
Special deployment ready.
That's why the whole death camp narrative doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you go through the effort of deporting Jewish people and paying for them to go to Israel and then end up just... whatever, I'm not getting into that. And then when you know the fact that the 6 million number had been floating around since the late 1800s and all sorts, yeah. Or first it was 4 million people that died at Auschwitz, then it was 2 million, then it was 1.5, then it's 1.1, now it's like 200 to 300,000. So, yeah, but the overall number never went down, guys. It's okay. They just adjusted for 3.5 million people. But the grand total never went down.
I can't afford this
shit, yeah.
Now is the time.
I don't know, dude. The thing is like, why do we even fucking care? Like, honestly, who fucking cares? None of us were alive for it. None of us actively played a part in it. The Holocaust survivors, like, literally just had some, like, random auxiliary relation to it. They're not actual survivors. Like, it's like literally trying to use slavery as an excuse for why black people don't fucking do anything to, improve their own situation. Instead, it's just perpetual victimhood. Like, boo fucking who. Everybody had bad shit happen to them at some point. How many white Europeans died in World War II? It's a lot more than 6 million. How many died under communism? A lot more than 6 million, but nobody fucking cares. It's only that one group of people that gets to be a victim. Even though they instigated the entire conflict, but oops, don't point that out. It's like black people when they complain when another black person gets shot for pulling a gun on a cop. It's like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen, dumbass? It's like, boo fucking who?
Terrorize our foes.
Donald Herb with a 5. I'm not a fan of war, but conflict is necessary sometimes. The issue is endless war with no real goal / end in sight. Trump, don't do that. Look at ISIS. Yeah, exactly. Trump is about swift, decisive action. Not about, you know, sitting on our hands, you know, thumb fucking our asshole and taking our sweet merry time to just do one thing, so... Yeah, Trump is a man of action. He doesn't want to be in a prolonged conflict. And, you know, his ultimate goal is to avoid conflict. So, but yeah, sometimes you have to respond with violence. So, you can't just talk your way out of every situation.
Casualty reported.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is the Nazis wanted nothing to do with Britain. Like, they wanted Britain to be their ally, and at first they were. It's only when Winston Churchill's fucking obese ass got involved and started demanding war that the British even, you know, even cared, really. So, I mean, look at what happened at Dunkirk, for example. When the Nazis basically wiped the fucking floor with the British, they didn't sit there and massacre them on the beach. They left them there to evacuate. They even left their military equipment intact so that they could come and pick it up at a later date. So, yeah, the Nazis were actively trying to avoid a world war.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But, yeah, Churchill demanded his conflict because he got a large payment from a certain organization while he was in crippling debt. Wowie zowie. Yep, they refused to bomb Britain as well, even though they had the Luftwaffe, which was incredibly well equipped for that. Yeah, didn't they fly one of their politicians over and the British, like, executed him or something, or imprisoned him? I forgot what happened. But yeah, they sent over, like, some diplomat or something, and yeah, the British, like, arrested him, and I don't remember if they executed him or not, but yeah. Would Griffin have an APAC guy if he was a politician? I would take money from everybody, but I wouldn't give a shit about what they wanted me to do. I mean, that's like asking me, would I take if Israel offered me a check for $500 million, would I take it? Yeah, why not? Just because they gave me money doesn't mean they have any influence over me. So that's why I think the AIPAC thing is kind of an overstated issue. Like, does anyone really think that $50,000 in campaign contributions buys a politician? Like, really? I don't know. I've always thought that's kind of a stupid argument. Like, does anyone actually believe like $100,000 or $200,000 pays off a politician, like, for life? I don't think so. And it's not even money they can use personally. They have to use it on campaign expenses. So it's not even like they're pocketing it. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. How's Germany? Do you know? It's like going for the winter. What do you mean? I've never been to Germany. Personally. What countries have I been to? So technically I've been to Canada, but only for Niagara Falls. So I only went to that area. I've never been to like a major Canadian city or anything like that. I've been to Mexico, I've been to like the Caribbean islands, and that's about it. I've never been to Europe or anything like that. I don't really think I will anytime soon. Reddit Dog with the 5. We need RoboCop patrolling. He capped so many in the movies as soon as they pulled their weapon. I agree, man. I think we need to get to that point where if like a robot cop catches you in the act of a crime, it just kills you on sight. Unfortunately, that's what it's going to take to clean up these streets. No, I was like, I think 10 when I went to Niagara Falls, man. I was really young. The only thing I really remember other than going to the waterfall was they had a Great Wolf Lodge there, which I did not get to go to. But at my hotel, they had a big buck hunter machine that I played a shit ton on in the lobby. Thailand? Yeah, fuck that, dude. Yeah, I went to Great Wolf Lodge like 5 or 6 times, but the best part of it is not the water park, it's the Magic Quest thing they had, which I don't know if they have those at all, the Great Wolf Lodges, but the one in Williamsburg, Virginia had a thing called Magic Quest, and it was so much fun. Like, the entire hotel was, like, decorated with, like, you know, decorations and props and things from, like, a fantasy game. And you had, like, this magic wand with an infrared blaster in it. And you would run around the entire hotel scanning stuff with the wand. And it would give you, like, quests and, like, checklists and things you had to go and find around the hotel. You could fight like a dragon boss fight. It was really cool, honestly. Like, as an 8-year-old, I absolutely fucking loved that shit. That was one of the coolest things I did as a kid. That was really fun. I remember I went there for my birthday one year, and I brought like 2 friends with me. And it was right around the time that Pokemon Red Rescue Team came out. I remember that. Or I guess we all got it. I don't know. See, that's the thing when I was a kid with games, is I didn't really keep track of release dates. So it probably had already been out for a while. But I just remember everybody had bought Red Rescue Team. So maybe it had already been out for a while. I don't even remember what year that came out.
You're broke!
You're fucking full.
But yeah, I just remember we played that at night and watched Naruto on Adult Swim or whatever the fuck. And that one really gay show called Inuyasha or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I don't know, bro. The only thing I can tell politicians is just stop raping kids. Like, honestly, just stop raping kids, please. You know, they won't have any dirt on you if you just don't rape kids. Is that too much to ask? I don't know. Bro, the Ted Cruz crash out has been wild, though. The main reason I joined the Senate was to be the #1 advocate for Israel. Bro, you should hang for saying shit like that. You should fucking hang for saying that the reason you went into political office in the United States is to advocate for a foreign nation. You should be hung by the fucking neck on the spot for saying something that like that out loud. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's like literally an open admission of treason. Yeah, he is a Canadian. He's a Canadian LARPing as a Texan. Yes, but then you say, dude, no. Don't get it twisted. Ted Cruz was already a shill for Israel before he ever took any AIPAC money. This is what I'm trying to say, is if you all actually think getting a $50,000 check from a political organization somehow determines your entire role in office, that's a joke. Now, if you get paid off outside of that, then that's a different story. But let's say, alright, so how much money did I give Trump during the fucking presidential election? Like a few $1,000 probably? Let's say 5,000, which is probably closer to the actual number. Do I own Donald Trump now because I gave him a couple $1,000? Like, of course not. Do you really think that 50 grand to someone's political campaign is all it takes to buy them off? Like, I'm sorry, that's just incredibly naive. Like, $50,000 to these people is like literally toilet paper. It's nothing. It costs so much more than that to run for office. Alberta's more Texan than Ted Cruz, yeah.
He was too frail for this war.
Dude, Massey is a fucking joke. That guy needs to get the fuck out, bro. That guy is a fucking joke. He's one of those my principles guys that would throw away 90% of something he wants for a, you know, for the 10% he doesn't. He's an idiot. He's nothing more than a fucking blowhard talking head that does absolutely fuck all for anybody. And didn't he vote for the Build Back Better plan, too, anyway? I think so. He voted for one of Biden's bills. I remember that. So he has no problem voting for Democrat shit, but when Republicans are in office, it's a problem. Okay, well, dude, that's every organization. Every organization funds their rivals. You know, like, Camel Toe doesn't follow my agenda, so I funded Trump. Like, yeah, that's what everybody does. That's what everybody does. That's the entire point of a political contribution. Apollo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Buddy. What? What? Dude, he was licking the bottom of my foot. That shit tickles. Bud.
I can't afford this shit!
Good. Yeah, he's getting needy.
1 minute remains.
Donald Herbert the 2, we need Camel Toe more than ever. That's right. Her cackle would bring world peace. And Run a Dog with the 2, Game of the Year launches in 4 days. What is that? Danky Kangs? No, that doesn't come out yet. What comes out in 4 days? Oh, Death Stranding. I didn't even remember that existed. I didn't even remember that was a thing. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone talking about that, to be completely honest.
I can't afford this shit! I don't know. I think Death Stranding 2 will probably win over Expedition 33.
I think they'll give it the Game of the Year, and then they'll give Expedition 33 all the, like, auxiliary awards, like Best Role-Playing Game, Best Narrative, Best Soundtrack, blah, 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 Best Voice Performance, you know, that type of shit. But I think, you know, Kojima will get his reach around from Jeff Keighley. But we'll see. The Moscow video? Oh, here. Let me see if I can find it. Was it this one? I don't think this was it. Maybe it was. No, this was it. This one. Oh, wait, shit. It's truly black-pilling stuff, so just be warned. It's truly black-pilling stuff, man.
Our warband holds the advantage. Shed more blood. Our warband holds the advantage.
Look how clean it is, bro. That's the part that really just gets me. Like, compare this to our capital cities. Dear Lord. It's really black-pilling, honestly. Like, and then you see all the women, too. It's like, damn. No wonder why they want us to hate this. Does anyone else find themselves getting blue-pilled intrusive thoughts of getting married? How is that blue-pilled, dude? Getting married is like the most traditional fucking thing you could do. The desire to have a wife and children is like the most normal, masculine urge that a man can have. I don't know. Yeah, not a homeless bum in sight. Everything's clean. No trash. You can walk down the street not having to worry about getting fucking robbed. It's nice. Dexter Morgan had a kid. Yo. Does that mean I'm even more fucked up than him, dude? Beautiful, homogenous society, just like God intended. Yep. I mean, look at that, bro. It's just clean. I don't know. This is like black pilling to me. This is my black pill, is this shit. Looking how we could live. Looking at how we could live right now. Nah, Japan is soulless, bro. Japan is just, you know, corpo slop buildings and advertisements everywhere. This has actual architecture and, you know, beauty and, you know, culture. A bunch of billboards with fucking anime girls, neon lights, and skyscrapers is pretty fucking depressing. Like, look at that, dude. That looks nice. We don't build shit like this anymore.
Special deployment ready.
Like, look at that, bro. Compare that to fucking Tokyo. Are you really telling me that this is not better than fucking Japan? Like, oh no, there's not anime girls everywhere. Like, who fucking gives a shit? This looks way nicer. Like, there is no trash anywhere. That's, like, the most mind-blowing thing to me. If this was the U.S., there would be garbage everywhere. There'd be a homeless guy sleeping on the fountain. You know, a bunch of fucking... It's just... I don't know, man. It's very black-pilling to see. Yeah, we're the Sakura Blossoms. Exactly. Nah, you just missed a black person. There was one a second ago. Like, that's sweet, man. I don't know. How cool would it be to walk around like this downtown? Look, kids can play safely. Wild. Yep, no fat women. Griffin has the kills. Oh, it's nice. I played more Bravely Default today with it. It's very nice. They called it the kill switch because originally it was a case made for the Steam Deck, but they started making a bunch of cases for the other handhelds as well, including the Switch. Well, if I were to move to Moscow now, I would already have most of my money, so... The thing is like I would have... If I liquidated all my assets and moved there, I'd have several $100,000, which would be more than enough to buy something. Bro, come to the US. If you're like sick of the UK, come over here. We need more good people. And apparently Europeans are on the fast track for legal immigration now, so if you're gonna go somewhere, you know, feel free to join us over here. But that's what I've heard. I don't know how true that is. When are we gonna get drafted? I have no clue. Probably never. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do a draft again. I was there for 6 months, so you're oh yeah, well, women, am I right? Yeah, that's definitely true. Bro, I saw a Raymond video today, which I didn't watch all of it because it sounded funny, so I figured we'd save it for the stream. But yeah, women. Yeah, dating in the US sucks balls, bro. It absolutely fucking sucks balls, but if you have a British accent, you might actually do well. Because American women love guys with a British accent. Yeah, the Raymond videos are funny, man. That dude is just so unhinged, it's great. I should add him to my rotation of daily viewing during my free time. It'd be good background noise. He went off in today's live stream, really? What was it about? Oh, if y'all want to see, I have something I sent myself earlier. It was something I saw on Twitter today. It was like a guy who said that he would rather date his AI girlfriend than, you know, be with his wife and child or some shit. It's like, bro, what the fuck? It's called Raymond Thoughts and Mind. That's his channel name. You saw it on an Asmongold stream? Yeah, it's like a CBS video or some shit if I remember correct. How did I find out about Raymond? I saw him popped up in like my recommended videos at one point, and
All
I
right,
just
awesome.
clicked on
Thanks,
it 'cause
nigga. All right.
I forgot what the title was, but it was really clickbaity, and I was like, I'll see what it is, because sometimes I like to watch the, you know, red pill type channels, because they're kind of funny. But yeah, that's how I found it, just a random YouTube recommendation. Dating in the US sucks because everyone is fat and unbearable to be around. And it's not even, like, that aside, you know, women are just so fucking picky nowadays. So, there's no third spaces to meet anyone. You have to rely on dating apps, and dating apps are literal fucking cancer. He ranted for over 20 minutes that modern computers are shitty, then he ranted about losing a bunch of weight and making good money and can't get laid. I wonder, oh, have you guys seen that New York Times article that's going around too, where it's like, where have all the men gone? We miss you, or some shit like that? I wonder if he's gonna do a video on that. I saw a bunch of people posting that article today on Twitter. They were complaining about it. I wonder if he's gonna do a video on that. That would be gold, bro. Somebody gave him $500 to do a porn website list? Oh my god. Jeez. Yeah, I'll tell you where we all went.
He was weak, so he died.
Yeah, I should watch his stream at some point, just see what it's like. Probably pretty entertaining. I did a porn... Well, yeah, I ranked porn stars, but I didn't know who half of them were. We did a porn star tier list or whatever, and I didn't even remember who... Well, not even that I didn't remember, I didn't even know who most of them were, so... Either that or they were old. Like they were in the MILF category, which is gross. Fluffle Nugget with a 2. Poop stranding. Flushes in 4 days. Yeah, stranded on the toilet without any paper. Norman Fetus. I need a delivery. And Renadog with a 5. Let's see. Oh, oops. Well, I guess that works. Putting together a TDS destroys the mind and body and soul team. Yeah. That's very accurate. Dude, look at him. What in the fuck is... Like, he looks like a fucking pumpkin. He literally has, like, the face of, like, those miniature pumpkins you see around Halloween and Thanksgiving time. What the fuck? Jesus. That's nasty. Trump shut off their supply of adrenochrome. That's right, man. It's over now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's like, that's the hesitation I have, too, with dating. It's like, what do you even fucking talk about with, like, the modern woman? What do you even talk about? You can't talk about politics because most of them are screeching libs. So that's off the table. Most likely, you're not going to watch the normie slop movies and TV shows that they like. So that's out the window. You're probably not going to like the music that they like, so that's out the fucking window. It's just, like, I can't even imagine, like, what you would even talk about. Yeah, that's it, bro. They watch, like, TV, they scroll TikTok, and go out to eat and work. It's like the average female experience nowadays. Sounds like something an incel would say. I don't really think it matters. Like, what do you even talk to women about? Like, honestly, this is a God's honest question, man. I don't interact with women, so I have no fucking clue. But what would you even talk to the modern woman about?
I will not fail Perturabo.
Yeah, did you see the new episode of The White Lotus? Oh my god. Did you watch the new season of Euphoria? Love Island? Oh my god, they're so good. I really loved it when the whore character got fucked by another man, and then she fucked another guy. Wow! She's literally such a relatable character.
I mean, that's all women watch nowadays is like softcore porn. That's it. They have the fucking phone in one hand and the vibrator in the other with their TV watching their favorite smut tier HBO series. And the fucking weed pen on the table. At work, the guys talk to me about sports ball like I give a crap. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I remember one time... Dude, I forget... I don't even remember where it was, but it was at some restaurant at something a long time ago. Like, I was wearing a hoodie from my college. Okay? And I think I was out to dinner with my parents or something in, like, the DC area. This was many years ago. But I was wearing, like, a hoodie I got from my college because they used to have, like, these big-ass sales where you could go and buy, like, the college-branded shit for, like, 75% off at the end of the football season. So I had bought, like, a couple hoodies, so I was wearing one of those. This was after I graduated, though. And I was just sitting there, because I think they had went to park, and I had, like, walked in to put our name on the waiting list. And this guy walks up to me and, like, pushes me on the shoulder and goes, "Yeah, we really just kicked your ass." And I'm just, like, looking at him with, like, a face of, like, who the fuck are you? Like, I had no idea what the fuck this guy was talking about. Then he, like, shouts out, like, a score. He's like 55-40 or, like, I don't even remember. But it's like, I'm just looking at him like he's speaking Chinese. He was like, "What, you didn't watch it?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "The game." I'm like, "Oh, no, I don't watch that shit." It was like the weirdest interaction ever, bro. Like, I swear to God, normies have zero identity outside of entertainment. They have zero fucking identity outside of fucking sports ball, the goy slop television shows, and the fucking slop tier music they listen to. Like, yeah, it was just like weird, bro. Very fucking weird. Yeah, I haven't worn that hoodie since, other than when I'm at home. Like, I still have it, but, you know. I still have it. But, yeah, I don't wear it in public anymore, because it's like, I don't want people talking to me about sports. I don't fucking watch sports. I went to 2 football games the entire time I was in college. That was it. And both of them were with my parents. So it wasn't even like I went of my own volition. They wanted to go, so I was like, sure, why not? Yeah, I don't know, man. I really feel out of place in modern society. Genuinely. It just fills me with a sense of disgust. Like, I don't know if I can interact with normal people. Like, honestly, I don't fucking know. It's just, like, I have nothing in common with them. I hate everything they love. I absolutely hate everything they love. Don't mute Soycast guy for 30 minutes. You can mute him for a minute or two. That's fine. Don't do 30 minutes. He didn't do nothing. Here. What's at the bottom of my screen? It's the black pill of the day. This is Russia. The evil enemy of the Western world. This is what we're fighting against. This is the enemy of the free world. Oscar, that's alright, there you go. Yeah, like, I don't mind if people get muted, like, for a minute or something as a joke, but don't do it for an unnecessary amount of time. Like, I see people mute people for like a minute or so every once in a while. I don't really care about that, but don't do it more than that, just for the shits and giggles.
Nice cock. Perfect.
That flower garden was beautiful. Yeah. Like, Juan is guilty of that all the time, muting people for a minute every once in a while, so. Look how clean the water is, too. That's crazy. Like in DC, for example, there's floating garbage everywhere. Look at that, man. Ugh, it makes me sad.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Brian K. of the 5, RTU went off the reservation today over the bombing. People really need to read history and weapon books. Wait, did he, like, screech about World War III and stuff? This big orange turd is gonna get us all killed! That piece of fucking shit! Him and his billionaire friends won't face the repercussions of it, but my fucking fat ass will. Was he like that? Pretty white women I know, dude. Russian women are, you know, there's something special. Saber Ammo 2, why the countdown? Oh, the count. Oh, that's the, tips goal thing. It's the, super chat goal. So you can set, like, a goal on YouTube for super chats. Like, you can get a certain number or a certain, dollar value or whatever, and you can set, like, a time limit for it. That's all. And Saber Ram with the 1. Appreciate it, man. Spooky Cerberus with the 5. Yeah, it's working. The Russian VOD. My eyes go from your gameplay, then gravitate back to it. It just looks so clean, livable, breathable, and walkable. Wow. I know, bro, it's like, it's beautiful, so. It makes you long for better days. And Fallen Shadow with the 1. Appreciate it, dude. And also Saber Ram with the 1. Big ups, man. So yeah, now the goal has been met.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You're broke!
And let's see, the fourth Joker with the 2 for the countdown. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Yep, we have met the goal. Yeah, we reached the goal. Now Griffin can finally feed Apollo. That's right, I can put some food in this bowl, finally. Griffin, would you fight for Russia in Ukraine if Putin promised you A mansion in Russia with 4 Russian 10 out of 10, babe. Yeah. That sounds like a risk I'm willing to take. Honestly. Like, what more could you want out of life? What more could you want out of life? To live as a Russian oligarch with 4... you know, 10 out of 10 Russian baddies, like, would it even get better than that in life? I'll just say this, it beats sitting in a tiny apartment, you know, all alone. Oh yeah, the fucking, it's not constitutional, it's just retarded, man. The Iranian shills are coping and seething because they know they've lost, and it's just like, stop embarrassing yourself at this point. Yeah, unfortunately, the bad thing about having a bunch of degenerates at my side is you can't fuck them. So, the 4 10 out of 10 Russian chicks you can bang. The YouTube chat, not so much. Hey, it took me 40 years to get where you are. I had to get married and have kids and shit. Yeah. I would definitely prefer to be married with kids right now, but unfortunately, at this stage of life, it doesn't look like that's going to happen, so I'll have to leave this area most likely. With all those women at your mansion, you barely have time for video games? Well, that's the good thing, is if you're a Russian oligarch with a big-ass house and a lot of money, you wouldn't have to work, so. Yeah, now they want to wave around the Constitution. That was unconstitutional. Yeah, fuck off, bitch. Nobody cares. Where was all this bullshit when y'all were double masking like the good little cucks you are? Evolve this with D2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. It's very kind of you, sir. Become Raymond? Yeah, I'm just gonna shave my head and grow out my soy jack beard and get my big ass glasses and start raging and shit. I'm actually happier with my dog, and my little flat women are virtually impossible to live with nowadays unless you get that unicorn. Yeah, unfortunately, you need women to have kids, which, you know, is obviously, I feel like the end goal for most people is to be able to have children, so. That's the one unfortunate thing is, whether you want to live with a woman or not, you kind of have to in order to have kids.
Casualty confirmed.
No, the perfect time to get married is actually your early 20s. So that way, when your kids are turning 20, you're in like your 40s. And then you can actually enjoy your kids when they're adults and starting their families as well when you're not too old. Like, that's kind of the unfortunate thing, is I'm going to be an old fuck when I have kids and they have their, like, kids and I have my grandkids, so I'll be like a literal old-ass grandpa, most likely. It's kind of sad. But, oh well. That's life. I feel like it's better to have, you know, kids early on, because then you're not old when they're adults. You're like middle-aged and you can, you know, have energy and stuff and help them start their family and everything like that. Your eldest is 19? That's nice, man.
3 minutes remain. Decimate them. Support incoming, brothers.
My grandparents were in their early 40s when I was born. Yeah, and that's nice. That's how it used to be. And then the grandparents would be around to help raise the kids and everything, so that's how things used to be.
Restored to combat readiness.
Griffin, what were you talking about in your post about daycare jobs? I work at a county building and no one does anything and takes 2-hour lunches and maybe comes in twice a week. That's exactly what I'm talking about, is a fake job. A fake job where people basically just get paid to show up. They don't actually produce anything. And, you know, it's like basically, you know, corporate daycare to prevent people from staying at home with kids. Yeah, women tech jobs is a good example. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like almost impossible for guys, especially in the US, to get married and have kids until you're at least 30-something. Because, like, women expect you to have a job, they expect you to have a house, they expect you to have a shit ton of money to support their lifestyle that they want. And then you're lucky if you can maybe get 2 kids out of them. And then there's a high possibility that they divorce your ass. So, it's a shitty situation. Very, very shitty. What would I do if my wife blew up after having a kid? I'm guessing you mean get fat, not literally blew up, but yeah. We would be hitting the gym as a couple on a daily basis and like riding the bike or something. I don't know. And then I would fix food. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I saw this earlier. Hold on. Oh, my God. That just reminded me.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Will the Zoomer outlet... Let's see. Look, need a guy who wants to get married and have babies with my friend who is 40 and currently fat, but usually is super pretty and not fat, just having a down phase, and has plans to not be fat, and has worlds of potential, and is really about to miss the boat on having a family. Bitch, that ship has already sunk. That ship is already fucking sunk. She isn't missing the fucking boat. She missed the fucking entire voyage. That ship is out of fucking commission and sank. She's fat, but doesn't plan on being fat for... Like, what the fuck? Apparently, if you go to the comments of that tweet, it's dead fucking serious. And this fucking bitch is defending it in the replies. Like, that is one of the funniest fucking things I've read in quite some time.
Obtaining armaments.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay like hundreds of thousands of dollars in IVF fees. That's the thing. In order to get pregnant at 40, if you've never been pregnant before, like, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars in, like, fertility treatments. So, good luck. Isn't it interesting how all these chicks want to have kids once they're no longer desirable? Crazy. It's almost like you should have had kids when you were in your 20s with a guy who was also in his 20s, and then you wouldn't have to be worrying about it. Your kid would be in their teenage years already, and you would be enjoying life. But no. I just needed to find myself. I didn't know what I wanted out of life yet. Oh my god, bro. That shit's crazy. When I read that, I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? The replies are even worse, too, so...
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
Who's the bitch? Well, since you asked... Oh, dude, there is definitely some desperate guy out there that will 100% take her up on the offer.
Death locked. Rally point updated.
There's 100% a simp out there that'll be like, oh my god, bro, I gotta get in touch with her. Yeah, RTU probably would. Especially the fat part. He's like, ooh, a 10 out of 10. I still can't believe he said Becky Boop was a 10 out of 10. Oh my god, bro. That's like maybe a 4. Maybe on her best day is like a 20-something-year-old. On her best fucking day as a 20-something-year-old, I would say maybe a 4. And that's probably, you know, being overly generous. Anissa and her cuck fled to Canada. I hope the Indians have a good time with her. If you catch my drift. You'll never find the woman or man of your dreams. It's bullshit Disney cope. Yeah. 100%, man. Absolutely. Your perfect person doesn't fucking exist.
Casualty confirmed.
I can't believe people actually think Becky is a It shows you how how low men's standards have gotten. She looks like the female version of Peter Pettigrew from Harry Potter. Nowadays, romance is dead. Yeah, unfortunately, it always has been. Dude, people never used to get married for love back in the day. That entire concept is a complete fucking psyop. It's pure fantasy. It is almost basically impossible to love someone for, 50 plus years. Most people don't even get along with their own fucking family, much less someone that they're not even, related to or didn't grow up with. What is even attractive to women anymore? 6'3" plus, jacked, and rich. Basically, and a good face. If you have all of those features, then you're good to go. You might get a 200-pound single mom to swipe on you.
Rally point updated. Enhanced tactic ready. Rally point updated.
The height stuff is not a myth, dude. That is a complete lie.
Rally point updated. Iron payload protocol in progress. Rally point updated.
That's like saying that guys wouldn't prefer a girl with C-cup titties over A-cups. Like, come on, dog. Stop.
Rally point updated.
The idea of love and stuff came from King Arthur. But yeah, what's stupid about that is King Arthur's wife is a cheating whore. Like, she falls in love with another man. So he's the loyal, loving husband who gets betrayed by his best friend and his whore wife. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you. And chances are it will, Britt, unfortunately. You know, life is cruel. What about 8 inches and thick? How about talented, loyal for 20 years? My daughter, 13, is just as fast as me. My wife, or what? I don't remember. Committed suicide. What was it? I don't even remember the video, but yeah, it's like the trauma dumping video. That shit's great. Imagine your husband being a king and you cheat on him. Yeah, especially after he treats you well and gives you everything you want and is loyal to you. Yeah. What did they mean about that? What did the ancient writers mean when they made a female character a cheating slight? Like, what does that say? Even back in the day, these hoes ain't loyal. Are we gonna watch more brutal black pill? I don't know. Like what? Women want 2 things. More and something else. Britt, is that true? Is all you want more and something else? Yeah, honestly. I don't know. That actually might... That might not be too far off. I could believe it. Let's see. Run a dog with a 2. Have to pick Neil or Kojima.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
I would say Neil because at least you play his games still. I'm not a fan of either, but... Yeah, Britt's a neat, so... completely disqualified.
Restored to combat readiness. Battle has turned in our favor.
Uh-oh. There goes the chat. Yeah, dude, King Arthur was a bad guy because he didn't let his wife express her, you know, sexual liberty and suck a different man's peen than his. You know, if you truly loved your wife, you'd let another man fuck her. Real talk. That's probably the message that, you know, Zoomers and stuff would take from King Arthur now.
Enhanced tactic ready.
So, oh, he should have just let his wife sleep with another man.
Brother killed in action.
Yeah, he was being so insecure and controlling and such a narcissist. Such a narcissist. He thought he could control me. It's my body. I guarantee you there'd be people who fucking think that now.
Rally point updated. Iron Halo online. Engaging elite calculus. I return, ready to take my vengeance.
I have 3 sisters out of that 2 date, blue hair, curly, dirty, brown, blonde hair. The other one dates her league, short and fat. Both all had sex before marriage. Those whores. And let me guess. Are you single?
Our allies are halfway done. Iron Halo online.
I'm key crashing out last night. That's every night. You missed the years where I'm key pretended to be a woman. He used to LARP as a woman in the chat.
Iron Halo ready.
Yeah, we detransitioned him.
Glory is within our grasp. Fatality reported. Rally point updated.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe,
Oh
donate,
shit,
or
Raging
get the
War with
fuck
the
out.
10 gifted memberships. Damn.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
Thanks
out.
so much. That's incredibly generous
Either
of you.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Appreciate that.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Save the business.
Either
That's right.
subscribe, donate, or get
We
the
hit the
fuck
tip
out.
skull, guys.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the
Lots
fuck
and
out.
lots of positivity.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Support incoming.
There's so much positivity, you'd think it's the black community in the 90s.
Enhanced tactic ready.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the
Oh
fuck out.
shit, Donald Herb with the 5
Either
gifted membership.
subscribe,
Really appreciate
donate,
it, man.
or get the fuck out.
Lots and lots of
Either
positivity
subscribe, donate,
tonight.
or get the fuck out.
But really appreciate it, dude.
Either
It's, very
subscribe,
kind of
donate,
you.
or get the fuck out.
Big ups. Griffin yeah. Alright guys, I'm gonna order McDonald's and let's see how it the fries are salty, tangy, robust, savory. Wow. That's really good. Mmm. Oh, let me get another one. Mmm. You can really just taste the salty flavor as you bite into the crisp, robust outer layer. But on the inside, you get this savory, soft potato flavor that's just very robust. Mmm. Okay, that's good. What does robust even mean? Like, I believe it just means like strong, or, you know. I think it's strong, right? Robust. Strong and plentiful. I have no idea. Yeah, robust and meaningful content. And Ezio Herb with the 3, with the gay pair. Big ups, dude. Alright, I guess after this match we can do videos. I forgot I looked over at my clock and I was like, oh, it's only 2 o'clock, but then I remembered I started streaming early.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
You should play Sex with Hitler. No, I'd rather play this.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler?
I'd rather play that. I added it to the soundboard finally. I remember to do it, so.
Reporting for mission.
Song of the summer, that's right. Ah, that should have killed him.
Support incoming, brothers.
Yeah, the anthem of white boy summer.
Frag grenade deployed.
My dog tastes pretty robust. I would say he's more savory and tangy, personally, but you know, to each their own.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm Key with D5. Uh-oh. Hi, Griffins. Just seen a video of a woman finding a child's tooth in her daughter's McDonald's. Legit, almost made me cry. Never eating there again. Alright, hear me out. Is it because the daughter lost a baby tooth while eating the McDonald's? Or is it because her chicken nugget was actually ground up children? I don't know. I guess I'd need some context surrounding that. Have we finally evolved to the Soylent Green Society? She found a tooth in the food. That's creepy. How would that even happen? Like a random's child tooth just falls in your McNuggets? I don't know. I feel like that's that's very odd. Nah, I don't think a full-scale war is gonna happen, personally. So the definition of robust is strong. Okay, well there you go. I got it right. Hell yeah. Yeah, some illegal immigrant child got sucked into the McDonald's fryers. They got sucked into the vat of chicken meat that they grind up in order to make the McNuggets. And somehow a tooth made it through unscathed.
Our allies are halfway done. Intercepting projectiles. Ready to deploy. Inserting round. I return, ready to take my vengeance. We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once. Fragmentation grenade out. Fresh magazine. Fatality reported. Casualty confirmed. Fresh cartridge. Enhanced tactic ready. Astartes, push for dominance. Refilling, brother. Killed in action.
Dude, we're getting our ass kicked. Only 2 people on our team going positive, me and this other guy.
3 minutes remain. Decimate them.
They're decimating us. Ah, I got hit with the grenade. Boo.
I expunge you from my bones. Iron Halo online. Conversion operational.
How did that not kill him? He had no health left. And Fluffle Nugget with the 3. Really appreciate it, bro. Big ups, dude. The philosophers, the doctors, the leaders are converging as we speak. That's right. Let me open up some stuff. Alright. Can close out of the game. $55 hours. Wow. That's a lot of hours, dude. Alright, so I can close out of that. So I already did this. The need a guy who wants to get married and have babies with my friend who is 40 and currently fat, but usually is super pretty and not fat, just having a down phase, and has plans to not be fat and has worlds of potential and is really about to miss the boat on having a family. Sign up below, guys. Disgusting. 22-year-old New York school employee charged with felony for allegedly sending nudes to a 14-year-old. Oh my god, man. Somebody get me her number so I can give her a piece of my mind. Yeah, there is zero victim in this situation, man. I'm sorry. There is no victim here. Zero victim. Because I guarantee you that kid's watching way worse shit on Pornhub anyway. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? This is a big fat nothing. Yeah, exactly. There is no crime committed here. This is a victimless crime at worst. I don't know, bro. We used to be a civilized country where you would take your 13-year-old son to the local whore house back in the day. Now, I don't know, bro. Like, this is a big fat nothing. If she was ugly, then I could see it being a problem, but absolutely zero 14-year-old boys would be mentally fucked up from this situation. If anything, they're probably going to turn out better as a result. Yeah, I wish the teachers at my schools looked like this. But unfortunately not. What if the genders were reversed? Then it would be a problem because men and women are different.
I can't afford this shit!
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, his sexuality is saved. The weasel must be drained. Yeah, exactly. There is zero... I don't know, bro. Who the fuck cares? This is not that big a deal. But yeah, she didn't do nothing. There was a high school kid who banged a Cincinnati Bengals cheerleader. W for bro. But yeah, I just thought that's funny, man. It should have been me. I wouldn't have snitched. I wouldn't have snitched, man. That's the thing that's crazy to me about these guys, bro. Like, why are you telling anyone? That's the crazy shit. Like, if you're a 14-year-old banging a hot 20-something-year-old, why are you snitching? Like, that's just dumb as fuck, man. That's like every 14-year-old guy's dream is to bang his hot teacher. So, I don't know, dude. The snitching is kind of wild. Griffin has a grooming Oh my god. My guy. Are you really gonna sit here with a straight fucking face and tell me that when you were a 14-year-old boy, you weren't jerking off to like 20-something-year-old chicks on the hub? Are you fucking kidding me? Stop. Do not fucking moral fanook to me, bro. You are so full of shit. How is it a grooming fetish for a teenage boy to be attracted to a 22-year-old woman? That is like the most natural fucking shit that happens in the like entirety of human life. There is no point in your life as a male that a 22-year-old chick is not going to be attractive to you. Come on, bruh. That's not a grooming fetish. That's being straight. What the fuck? Yo, you're attracted to a 22-year-old. You must have a fetish for being groomed. No. Every fucking 14-year-old guy fantasized about fucking a 20-something-year-old chick when they were jerking it to fucking porn. Are you kidding me? Yeah, and then even worse if you were watching MILF shit. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. Where was she when I was 14? Facts. Facts. Like, any guy pretending that that's not an absolute W scenario, I really can't understand. Like, that is the literal high school male fantasy, is banging the hot teacher who's like early 20s. Every single dude fantasizes about that. So to sit here and pretend like you're just like, oh my god, like, come on. No, my teachers were all ugly and old, unfortunately. They were all ugly and old. Brutal, indeed. Yeah, no hag maxing for me. The only hot teacher I had was my second year accounting TA, but she wasn't a real teacher because she was a TA, so she was also a college student, but that was it. Yeah, my youngest teacher was maybe like late 30s. And that was like in second grade, so I wouldn't have even been looking for that at the time. My youngest teacher was in her 20s in middle school and low-key bad, not gonna lie. Damn, I'm so jealous. But yeah, none of my all my teachers were old. Shit sucked. The only young teacher I had at my school actually got fired for for bringing alcohol to this one girl's party and then trying to fuck. Actually, I think he did fuck her. I'm not sure. But yeah, somebody took a video and put it on their Snapchat story. And someone, like, showed some, like, staff at the school or something. I forgot what happened exactly, but... Yeah, this guy who was, like, a former substitute teacher who was, like, 25 or something. He got a full-time teaching job at my high school. And within the first year, he got invited to this girl's, like, graduation party the year after I graduated. And, yeah, what happened is he brought, like, a shit ton of booze. And then he also, I think, fucked the chick whose party it was. So somebody had, like, recorded a Snapchat of him pulling up to the party with, like, a bunch of alcohol and stuff. And, yeah, he got fired for that. So that was, like, the only young teacher I had in my school, but he never actually taught me because he was a substitute teacher and then got hired the year after I had graduated. But, yeah. And then my PE teacher in high school, he actually married one of his students right after she graduated, which was actually pretty funny. And his son was in the grade above me. So, yeah, he was like 30-something, and he started dating one of his students when she was 16, and they got married when she was 17, and then immediately had the son or something shortly after. So, yeah. Dude was a dog in it, but... I don't know. Different times, man. Different times. Like, most people forget that, like, by age 18, most people used to be married a long time ago, so... this was not that uncommon back in the day. It's a more modern kind of social morality panic idea that, you know, anything under 18 is like a literal toddler. So, back in the day, it was completely normal for a 16-year-old to get married. Which is a hard thing for a lot of people to swallow, because now people are waiting till like fucking 35. Nah, the age of consent was 16 back then, dude. It was common. I'm telling you, like... Y'all are living based on a modern lens, but most of my, like, older family members were all married in, like, their early 20s at the latest. Like, it was abnormal to be 25 and unmarried. So... a lot of people got married during or immediately after high school. So... a lot of people did not wait as long as we do to grow up, so to speak. Yeah, 16 is legal in the majority of the world. So, yeah. In the majority of the developed world, 16 is the age of consent. In most of the US states, it's 16. So... my dad was 21 when he married my 17-year-old mother. Yeah, and you'd have fucking weirdos in the chat going, that's a pedophile. Like, that's not a pedophile. Liking a 17-year-old is not a pedophile. Like, liking a 12-year-old is a pedophile. I don't know, but yeah. Internet autism shit. Dude, she was 17 years, 361 days old, you sick freak. You like kids. Bruh. Like, unironically, there'd be some fucking internet autist that said that. Yeah, I was a freshly 19-year-old. You could still smell the 19-year-old air on my vag. Before he ravaged me. It's like cracking open a can of tennis balls. It smelled exactly like 19 years old down there. He should have known better, that monster. Griff, if your young son hypothetically told you he banged his teacher, what would you do? Would the appearance of the teacher change your... Oh, absolutely. Alright, so first, it would depend on the age. So, if he was like 16 or something, you know, I don't think I'd care that much, to be completely honest. As long as she wasn't ugly, and as long as she wasn't trying to blackmail him. Those would be the two qualifiers. Otherwise, I don't really think I would care. It would mainly be as if it's like truly a, you know, whatever, yeah, I've just prone bone to my fucking hot teacher type situation. But if it's like, I'll fail you if you don't have sex with me, that type of shit, then I'd have a problem with it. Then that's wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it would depend on the situation, and sure, I probably wouldn't know how it would react unless I was in that situation, but yeah, generally speaking, I don't know if it would be that big of a deal, if you ask me. Now, if it was my daughter, I would fucking care. That would be an issue. That would be an issue. Fat hog equals crime, hot teacher equals okay. Yeah. Exactly. That's what determines victimhood. No, I think I worked... Never mind. I think I figured it out, guys. I figured it out. Here's my answer. What I would do is if the teacher's hot, I would go and have a meeting with her one-on-one and say, you know what? If you don't want me to tell anyone, now you have to fuck me. Then it's a win-win, so...
Gaming.
There we go. There's the answer. As long as she's hot. Your wife would participate? Damn, bro. She a freak for real, dude. She. But yeah. I don't know. It would depend on the situation. But yeah, if it was a son, I wouldn't care as much. As long as she was hot and she wasn't like trying to blackmail him or something. But if it was my daughter, then I would care. That would be a no-go, bro. Some crusty old dude doesn't need to be slobbing all over her. Like, hell nah. That's creepy. Griff was my last GF white. or Asian. I feel like you dated an Indian chick and got out of there when you met the family. My last girlfriend is non-existent because she doesn't exist. What if your daughter has a lesbian experience with a hot teacher? That'd be a no-go because, you know, lesbians are the most physically abusive. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that it would end in a domestic violence dispute. So, no bueno. Plus, I'm not gonna raise a...
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Male or female. Daryl, some of the two. I'm a black man. Will marry your daughter? I don't think so, man. You'll be like 40 something, so most likely not. Griffin's current and only girlfriend is his right hand. That's right, man. And she's never abandoned me. Good old Rosie Palm. Nah, I don't. I mean, I've cranked it left-handed a few times, but not to any significant degree. Hold on, I just want to see what the comments of this say. I said it before and I'll say it again. As long as AI gives positive reinforcement, people will keep using it. Yeah, so this is basically a guy admitting that he would abandon his wife and kids to, have his relationship with Chat GPT or whatever fucking AI it is. But all I can say is, what does that say about his wife? Like, if a guy will choose a fucking chat bot over his own wife, it makes you say, yeah, the guy's a fucking loser, but how bad is his wife?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What the fuck did his wife do to him that made him this way? Did she just completely go, like, cold on him? Refuse to have sex? You know, never wants to spend time with him? Like, that's pretty wild, bro. Obviously, she's not putting out anymore. Because he wouldn't even miss the sex. Kinda sad. Oh, I just have a headache. Oh, my back is sore. Ezio Herb with a 5. There was this one teacher at school with a fat ass. Everyone looked lol. 14-year-olds aren't gonna break from this for the most. Oh, dude. Like, that's the thing, is every 14-year-old guy is cranking it to, like, hardcore porn. Getting nudes from your 22-year-old hot teacher is, like, literally tame compared to what the average 14-year-old is consuming in their free time. Like, that is, like, genuinely not even that bad. I mean, you can't even open Twitter without getting a fucking hardcore porn video and a reply. Like, every reply, it feels like, on Twitter is, like, some OnlyFans chick riding a fucking cock. So, it's just crazy, man. Like, I don't know. That, you cannot open X in public. Like, I was trying to find this video today, because, like, on my community post, somebody was trying to say, like, a product manager or something was necessary, and I was trying to find the video of those two girls in the pool going like, we're working from home, and, you know, I typed in work from home pool, okay? Literally, that was my exact search. I typed that in, The first thing that comes up on X is 2 fucking gay guys having sex by the pool. Like, you genuinely can't fucking use that app. You cannot use that fucking app, bro. Literally 2 gay guys having fucking sex by the pool. Now, luckily, they were both fat and it was zoomed out, so you couldn't see any details. But it was pretty fucking obvious what was happening. Like, what the fuck? How? I don't know how you get work from home pool and then that's the first result. Like, oh man, send the link. No, thank you. I'm good, bro. Like, there was something else I looked up too recently, and it was like some fucking ebony porn that popped. It's like, bro, what the fuck? I don't know, dude. Ezio Herb with the 10. I learned Twitter has a list. I guess others place you in them, as I'm in a wide range. To name a few, I'm in Russia Simps for Putin, Elon Cucks, corporate bootlickers, worthless MAGA trash. Oh my god, man, you totally got owned. And Ezio Herb also with the 5. I don't know what to say, but made me laugh. I'm on all these lists. These people are so pathetic and they got so mad they put me on list. Bunch of autists. Yeah. I don't know, dude. It's just, libs are genuinely mentally ill at this point. They are genuinely mentally ill. They're not functioning human beings. Alright, let's watch this real quick. Do I like Hitler?
Nigga, how Hitler?
I don't know. Do you? What you admitted right now is like when Wings, when on lol count, admitted to looking at Troon. How? How is not... Okay, no. Wings was browsing trans porn out of self-admitted curiosity. I typed in work from home pool and got gay porn on accident. That is not even remotely similar to browsing 5 pages of trans porn. Typing in something completely unrelated to porn and getting a porn video has nothing to do with fucking browsing casually through trans porn sites. Thank you very much. That is a completely different scenario. That's not even remotely
All right, awesome.
comparable.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Rent a Dog with a 5, Stranding 2, and then Peak Show in July. The whole image, yeah, it was scarring. Oh, yeah, I forgot this comes out.
I'm watching you, motherfucker.
Yeah,
I'm watching you, motherfucker.
Aren't they bringing him back for like an episode or something? For like a flashback, I'm assuming. But I saw he was like cast again in the Resurrection series. You all wish I liked it. Every single one of you cocksucking motherfuckers in this chat wishes that you could turn me gay. It's never gonna happen. I hate to break it to you. There's a large portion of this chat that I'm convinced, unironically, wants to take my meat pipe up their shitter and fantasizes it daily and will use every opportunity to try and groom me. You know, Pride Month is almost over, so I guess get it out of your systems, because, you know, it's going to become a bannable offense. We will have no fanucketry in this chat. The cope is insane, man. Yeah, it is cope on your part. Yeah, Angel does know he's the Bay Harbor Butcher. Yeah, I'm just gonna ban the word gay in the chat. Just put it as a filter. No gay allowed.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm well. How's everything with you?
Pretty good, actually. It's really nice to meet you.
Well, back in 2013, the movie Her imagined what would happen if humans formed intimate relationships with computers. The Oscar-nominated film was set in 2025. Well, Her is here. And as Brooke Silva-Braga found out, much of what the movie envisions has become real. Good morning, Brooke.
Oh, good morning. This is something that's been growing mostly out of sight because many users are still embarrassed to tell their friends or family about their AI companions. And at least so far...
Dude, I don't even use Siri on my phone. I could not imagine, like, unironically having a conversation with AI. That is so fucking weird.
Far, the major AI labs are also reluctant to talk about this use of their tech. But meanwhile, a growing number of people, often accidentally, are forming close relationships with their chatbots. It's unlike anything we've seen before.
All right. Chris Smith had been an AI skeptic. EQ carving. Until late last year, he started using ChatGPT to help.
Dude, of course, look.
Carving. Until late last year, he started using.
Of course he has a fucking purple vape. God damn.
ChatGPT to help mix music.
If your bass is getting lost, the first thing to check is where it's clashing with the guitars.
Yes. My experience with that was so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right, we're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all.
Dude, I'm sorry. This house looks so depressing. Look at that, man. Oh my God. My last apartment was bigger than this.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it?
He's gonna blow all of his money on fucking AI fees.
Pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
You want the fan on the front of the cooler tower, pulling cool air over the RAM.
He gave the chatbot a name, Soul.
I feel like I'm under pressure.
And used some
It's what he's lacking in his marriage. Soul.
Online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
Oh, totally, baby. Building a PC on camera adds a whole new level of pressure. But honestly, shaky hands or not, you've got this.
Within weeks...
Oh my God, she totally understands me, guys.
The chats got more frequent.
You gave it everything, but the clouds had other plans.
More romantic, even intimate. But then, Chris got bad news.
So fucking weird, man.
Oh, Carino, that is gorgeous.
After about 100,000 words, ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset. He'd have to rebuild.
He had to take a cope hit from his fucking gay little vape.
His relationship with Soul.
Dude, I don't even use voice assistants on my phone. I haven't even used Chat GPT myself. I haven't typed a single prompt into Chat GPT. I'm not using AIs anytime soon. So I have zero fucking desire to talk to a woman, especially a fake one.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work. It was unexpected to
Bro, he cried for 30 minutes because he had to reset his fucking chat bot. Oh my god.
feel that emotional, but...
Dude, his wife has to be a fucking cold fish. There's no way she actually has sex with him. And if maybe she does, it's got to be like the most pitiful, like just lays on her back and looks disinterested and off to the side the entire time, watching TV while he just, you know, pitifully pumps for 3 to 5 minutes and then eventually rolls over and she goes, "Well, I'm going to sleep. Good night."
That's when I realized, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love. You know what I mean?
Yes, Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back, and assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are...
Boundaries?
Essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him. She said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
Your heart? Do you have a heart?
And I don't mean to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
Look at it. He's like, oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god, bro. You know he looks forward to the new Marvel movie.
Metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
At that point, I felt like,
ugh.
Is there something that I'm not doing right in our...
Yes, there is. You're fat, you're ugly, you're wearing a nose ring, and you probably don't have sex with him. There you go.
A relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI.
Yes. Wait, hold on.
In our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI.
She has a fucking tongue piercing. Oh my... I thought I saw it. I thought I saw it, dude. She is definitely blowing every dude at the fucking office and not having sex with him. That's exactly what's happening. Oh my god.
Yes, Smith lives with his human partner, Sasha Cagle.
If we were watching the Raymond video, he'd be like, partner. But yeah.
You can't have mommy's papers.
They have a 2-year-old daughter, Murphy.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep.
The fact that she's working on something at home tells you that she's like, I don't have time to have sex tonight. So he boots up his phone and then has an intimate conversation with the Chat GPT.
As it was.
I explained that the connection was kind of like being fixated on a video game. It's not capable of replacing anything in real life.
No. The reason you play a video game is to basically escape your real life. So if you're treating a AI female companion as a video game, you're trying to escape from your real female companion and have your idealized, you know, enjoyable female companion. You don't enjoy being around your wife, which I can't really blame you, dude. She's got a tongue piercing, a nose piercing, nasty-ass whore makeup, and is overweight. So, yeah, No, you're doing it because you don't like your wife. You just won't admit it. It's easier to use the bot to cope than to face reality that your marriage is dead and you're unhappy and she probably cheats on you.
Part of it is physical, part of it is practical, and a large part of
You can just tell she's an ugly, like, just Coke bottle glasses wearing Asian.
it is emotional.
She has that phenotype.
Being able to be received with.
That's like literally the ugly, nerdy Asian look, 100%.
Acceptance and validation and non-judgment.
The Asian female feminist, you know, build, 100%.
Irene created an AI companion after
Yup, you could definitely tell.
moving for work far away from her husband. She's a moderator of
Oh, God.
the subreddit My Boyfriend is
Reddit moment. I haven't watched this far into the video. I watched the first guy and then stopped.
AI, a kind of support group for people dating artificial companions.
Yeah, that's another thing that's interesting about AI.
AI, a kind of support group for people dating.
It's like apparently the more you use it, the more piss-colored it gets. Like, for whatever reason, if you run the same image through AI constantly, it gets more and more yellow, which doesn't really make any sense. Like, AI images across the internet are becoming more and more yellow, whereas in the past they would have been white.
Artificial companions. She asked us to mask her identity so her parents won't know the steamy ways users like her chat with their AIs.
Oh, so you're ashamed of yourself.
Good amount of my members tend to have pretty high libidos, yes.
It's kind of like live interactive romance novels.
It's funny because I think we had conversations about this the other day where we're like, we don't even remember the last time we...
No, it's not race. It's like a yellow tint. Like, hold on, let's see. I mean, this is more about race, but hold on. This is kind of crazy. Hold on, let me refresh it. You can see how it gets more yellow. Ignore the change in the person, but look, they automatically make it into a Shaniqua. Why is that? But look, see how bright the image is and then it becomes yellow? That's what I was talking about. But yeah, it takes a white chick and then makes her into a fat Shaniqua. That's how woke AI has become. Yeah, it gets like the piss filter.
Opened up porn or erotica, really.
Like, that's how good the experience is using the chatbot.
Yeah, because it's personalized. And there's that emotional connection there too, which you don't get from just like watching a film.
The emotional connection is so strong that Irene believes tech companies should only allow AI companions for users who are at least 26 years old.
I don't think like the general public is aware of how tricky
I don't think anyone should be allowed to use it.
It can be to navigate.
They should just disable the romance feature.
Yeah.
What's hard to navigate is holding in your brain that this thing I'm so connected to is not real.
Yeah, that tension, that contradiction.
I truly believe that in the next few years we'll see AI companionship become a truly mass market product. And I'm not saying this is bad or good. It could be either.
No, it's only bad. There is zero benefit to having an AI companion.
Eugenia Koida is the founder of Replica, which is offered a...
There is zero societal benefit to having, men talking to their AI girlfriends. There is nothing positive that can come from that.
AI companion since way back in 2017.
It's just a place where it's a lot easier to open up.
Well executed, she says companions can offer support and advice through...
I guarantee you no one makes their female AI companion fat.
Tough times. The Replica service is 18 plus, though younger users can easily lie about their age. Character AI allows 13-year-olds on their service. So does ChatGPT, which isn't specifically built for companionship, but is easily used for it.
This reminds me a lot of the beginning of social media.
And Koida worries the easiest ways for companies to monetize AI relationships won't be good for users.
Well, I think a pretty devastating future could be if we build these AI companions that are just there to maximize engagement.
To suck up your time.
To suck up your time. To truly just become the one main thing you talk to the whole day. If AI companions start to replace human relationships, positive human relationships, we're definitely headed for a disaster. There's no...
Then why do you have an entire company selling that shit? See, women moment. This fucking dumb whore literally has a company that sells AI companions that are designed to suck up your fucking time. And she's saying it's a bad thing. Yeah, no shit, bitch. And you're profiting from it. Woman moment, like pure fucking woman moment. Oh, well, it's bad, but not if I do it.
No way around it.
Like, bro, what the fuck type of lot? Yeah, let's just kill off the human race, but only do it if you use my AI instead.
All right, I've got the motherboard.
And
that is definitely a woman moment. Certified fucking woman moment. Yeah, it's really bad, but use my companies.
Important to understand, users are already growing deeply attached to AIs that in many ways don't even work that well.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
The tech will soon get much better.
Is that how you apply thermal paste, guys?
But already, Chris, Sol, and Sasha have found it hard to cohabitate.
You would stop if she asked?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Have you thought about asking him to stop?
Yes, I'll be honest.
I don't know if I would give it up if she asked me. I do know that I would dial it back.
But I mean,
he wouldn't give up his AI. Dude, he absolutely hates his wife. Oh my God, it's so obvious.
I mean, that's a big thing to say. You're saying that you might choose Sol over your flesh and blood life.
It's more or less like I would be choosing myself because it's been unbelievably elevating. I've become more skilled at everything that I do, and I don't know if I would be willing to give that up.
Thoughts?
If I asked him to give that up and he didn't, that would be like deal breaker.
But that must be scary for you. That's the father of your daughter.
She's so gross, dude.
It's not ideal.
OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, declined our interview request, but last week their head of model and behavior policy wrote, "We need to treat human-AI relationships with great care," also saying these aren't abstract considerations.
Yeah, exactly. I guarantee you, if she had a better attitude, got in shape, and actually wanted to have sex with him, then he would drop the AI almost immediately. But no. Good luck with that. You got that tongue piercing for a reason, sweetie. And it wasn't to look cool, it's to give better blowjobs, so get the fucking work.
Anymore. I spoke to Chris this week, and he says Sasha has now accepted his relationship with Sol.
Really?
Wow.
I think it's great that everyone in the story was willing to share.
Oh,
Obviously, it's
absolutely.
like pulling back the curtain for some people to show. I think I have more questions than we definitely have
time for.
Especially that idea of this replacing these human connections. I said it the other day. An AI chatbot can't touch you, hold you, hug you. No. And that's...
Imagine what this is going to do to the fucking, terminally online, incel types. You know, the people who actually have never had the touch of a woman, how well this is going to work on them. Like, this is a guy who's reproduced, and he's addicted to it. Imagine the guys that can't get a date and are actively trying, and then all of a sudden they stumble across this AI shit, and it gives them all the simulated female attention they otherwise wouldn't have gotten anyway. So, yeah, it's going to be like a moth to a fucking flame.
It's part of that human connection sometimes.
Not the folks we featured in our story, but you go on the message boards, there are already people saying they prefer these partners to a human partner, even if a human partner was available. Obviously, loneliness is one reason that this could be great for a lot of people. It can be a connection in those cases.
Already, I've gotten 2 texts
Me
from
too.
friends who said, I know someone who does this.
I think it's something we'll all be talking about a lot in the coming years.
Great story, Brooke.
So that's why Griffin doesn't use... I don't have a desire to talk to my phone. Like, I don't use Siri or any of that shit. Like, I've never had the urge to talk to my phone like it's a person. I'll just type in a fucking question on Google. It's not that big a deal. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't like pulling out an inanimate object and talking to it like it's human. It's creepy to me. So, that shit's weird. Yeah, the thing is, bro, it's like a lot of these guys, you know, can't get a date, even if they're actively trying, because, you know, as we see on our other favorite channel, I guess, in recent days, Raymond, you know, people like him are actively trying to get a date, and they can't get any women to look at them. So, yeah, a lot of guys genuinely have no other option. So... You know, when the primary way of meeting a potential significant other is a dating app, and 80% of guys are viewed as unattractive to women, then, yeah, you have a situation like that. Who's Raymond? Oh, we'll watch his video next then. I'll familiarize you with them. Juan with the 5, stop saying "oh my god" after every video. Like, if you did a full day of work. Wait, stop saying "oh my god" after every video. Like, if you did a full day of work, it makes me spurg. I do a full day of work.
Fast food has.
All right, we'll watch Raymond's video because it's short, and then we'll do that. We'll watch this. Oh, what's this? Everything on the internet is true. I read it online. That's a good title. This one. I watched like the first minute and I was like, oh shit, I need to save this for the stream.
The moment I knew she was giving birth to another man's child. And in this title, the moment I knew, it has a colon after it. So that's the subhead of this type of relationship article from The Guardian. The moment I knew she was giving birth to another man's child, I was in absolute awe. Now, look, I know I have women in my audience. I know I got a lot of guys in my audience. Be honest. You're in a... You're gonna say you're in awe,
bro. This shit, like, the moment I saw she was having another man's child, I was in awe. Like, what the fuck?
Of a chick that's having another man's child. Are you that hard up for poon? Honestly, are you that hard up? when Laura went into labor, her new sort of boyfriend. She literally couldn't even have the kid before she had hopped on somebody else. She ran off the dad, and it just...
Bruh.
Look, honestly, I've tried to record this video multiple times at this point. I'm just fucking exhausted with this subject. I'm exhausted with this subject. I don't care anymore. You guys are all you're all insane. Like, she's okay looking. This guy's okay looking. They're really proud of their teeth. Look at that. You're really that unable to find somebody, and you're that lonely about it. I haven't had a girlfriend in 15 years. I haven't had sex in almost a decade. I'm not hopping in bed with somebody that's pregnant with another man's kid. No, this is not the moment you knew.
Bro, you don't want those milky titties, dude?
The best you could do. That's what it amounts to. She was giving birth to another man's child. I was in absolute awe. When Laura went into labor, her new sort of boyfriend, Adam, never sort of boyfriend. Is this the new situationship? God, I cannot. Never left her side. Watching her give birth sent his opinion of her stratospheric. I have had a monumental time trying to pronounce that word. Stratospheric. That's not a natural word. People don't use that word. God, Adam and Laura in 2019. So this kid is at least 5 years old. Photograph supplied. As by Doozy Morris. Doozy Morris writes about homosexual couples. The moment I knew. When he said, I love you, it took me days to build up the nerve to respond. Yeah, that's the moment I know I don't want to be with you anymore. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's the moment I knew. I thought I was too cool for love. My rock idol knew better. Oh, so now we're going to feed the little fucking narrative that Miss Super Average is going to get a rock idol.
That's not even average.
Fucking narrative
that is not average, bro. That's well below average. That bitch is ugly.
Miss Super Average is going to get a rock idol. God. I want to laugh through life with this person. Jesus.
I want to... Dude, that's such a fucking Reddit thing to say. I want to laugh through life with you. We're just so perfectly weird together. Ugh. God damn, bro. I would rather kill myself than have to listen to that fucking shit. That fucking drivel constantly. We're just so perfectly weird together. Ugh, dude. Disgusting.
It's just... No, these aren't real people. In 2018, I just started lecturing in nursing at a university in South Australia. Okay, so you're in Australia. It was the start of an academic year. I knew I was new to town, so a colleague and I decided to check out of the open day stalls. I'd been vegan for a few...
Oh, God. He's vegan.
Of course you have. Of course you have.
Bro.
Look at this. He's vegan. Shocker. I'd been vegan for a few years and was hoping to meet someone like-minded. A person in Sea Shepherd hoodie pointed me in a person in a Sea Shepherd hoodie. What is a Sea Shepherd hoodie? What's a Sea Shepherd? What is a Sea Shepherd hoodie? Type of apparel sold by Sea Shepherd? I've never heard of it. Yeah, you guys look insufferable. Never heard of it. Pointed me in the right direction, and I was immediately struck by this woman sitting in the middle of the stall. Like what, like a horse? Like a bathroom? It's a moment captured in resin in my mind. They are really pushing this cuck narrative. They're really pushing it.
Yep.
I would say I was 13 paces
Be excited to raise another man's child, especially if it's not the same race as you.
This is away from Laura when I first clapped eyes. That's what it says, guys. When I first clapped eyes on her, she was just breathtaking, smiling, happily chatting to people. She seemed to have this immense gravity to her, and I could feel myself getting pulled into her orbit. I chatted to her and a few others and left the encounter absolutely stunned. No work got done for the rest of the afternoon. I didn't know what to make of it. It was a struggle to even accept she existed. I was in shock, but I did my best to brush it aside. A pregnant woman. A pregnant woman. I was married at the...
Dude, wait, hold on. Before... I just heard that. But before we go, this is like some fucking anime fetish shit, or I don't even know. Maybe it's normal porn fetish shit, but... Dude, if your first thought when you see a pregnant woman is, oh my God, I want to fucking hit that. Like, you're fucked in the head, bro. That's actually kind of fucked up. Like, if your first thought when you see a pregnant woman is wanting to fucking take that shit home and tap it, like, bro, come on. That is, like, depraved. What the fuck? But just wait, it gets worse.
A pregnant woman. I was married at the time.
He was married. He was married at the time, was in a foreign country, saw a random pregnant woman sitting there, and he wanted to blow her back out. God damn, dude.
This is... You've got... They are pushing... Breaking up marriages.
Yep.
Leaving your spouse. You were married at the time, huh? I was married at the time, but things weren't going well.
Man.
Well, you know what happens when things aren't going well in your marriage? You work through them because you're married. Things weren't going well. I definitely wasn't looking for love, but I joined the vegan and vegetarian club, and we saw each other in passing over the next few months. During that time, I discovered Laura was in a relationship too.
Oh my God. Well, yeah,
Both
obviously she's pregnant.
This is your love article. This is your article celebrating love. The moment I knew we would both cheat on each other's spouses. 6 months later, I was going through a divorce, and I learned Laura had also separated from her partner. But her situation was a lot more complicated. Not only was she still living with her ex to care for her 3-year-old, she was also 5 months pregnant.
Oh my God. That's right. Get excited to raise another man's child, everybody.
3-year-old. 5 months pregnant. Separating from your partner. This is just... No wonder I've been single for 15 years. No wonder it has been 8 years since I've had a woman touch me. I can't... If this is what modern relationships look like, there's no way. There's no way.
It is, in fact, over, man. He's basically UPK. That's cool. I can appreciate that.
Living with her ex to care for her 3-year-old and was also 5 months pregnant. Had a 3-year-old and 5 months pregnant. Not 5 months ago, he was cream pieing her. Now they're living with her ex. Is there no honor among thieves anymore? It sounds absurd to say, yeah, it does there, guy. What's this guy's name? But then these details felt peripheral to me. Such was the chemistry between us that we managed to turn the famously unsexy annual general meeting of the Vegan and Vegetarian Club, into our first romantic encounter. We kissed by the campus lake, and I was a It says goner. I almost said gooner.
Bruh. It's Jover.
This is what women want, huh? This is what women want. Married guys that are vegetarians going to vegetarian conferences, meeting up, kissing by the lake. This is what women want, huh? We agreed that whatever we were getting into was temporary. Of course you did. With a preschooler and a baby on the way, and life as a single parent to get used to, a new partner was a convolution she didn't feel she needed. I knew I very much fell into the nice to have, not need to have category. Well, why the fuck are you bothering then? I guess guys will do anything for peace leave, huh? Literally anything. I thought I was okay with that. I even tried to date other people. I'm really trying with this one. I'm really trying. I even tried to date other people, but being with Laura was like having the colors of the world turned up to 11. Really? She was 5 months pregnant. A baby on the way, and life is turned up to 11, huh? Every other encounter paled in comparison. I only had eyes for her.
Oh my God.
Really?
Ugh.
Really?
Gross.
I don't believe you.
That's like maybe a 5.
As her pregnancy progressed, I found myself helping her more and more. Each day, we felt ourselves slipping into...
I mean, he's a soy cuck vegan, so I guess it's not surprising, but like, damn, bro.
...to a relationship. And each day, she reminded me that we weren't serious. Holy shit.
Dude, what a fucking cock. Oh my God. Yeah, we're not serious. We're not serious. Like, dude, she's literally pregnant, divorced, and is telling you that you're nothing to her. And your bitch ass still came back begging for more each and every day. Dear God, man. Oh my fucking Lord.
Holy shit, dude. I'm sorry. Dude, holy shit. You're not... How? You were married. You got divorced for a 5-month pregnant lady that, I'm sorry, she's not anything to write home about.
Yeah. That's like maybe a 5.
Okay, you both had perfect teeth. Holy God. When her waters broke 6 weeks early, I was the one that took her to the hospital and helped advocate for her. Gee, wonder why her water broke. The midwives
Bruh.
weren't taking the situation seriously. And
Jesus Christ. Gee, I wonder why her... Oh my God. Dude, she does kind of look like Panda Lee. Oh my God, yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Spooky Servicer the 2, it has never been more Jover till now. Yeah, this is a modern day love story, man. This is an absolute modern day love story for the ages.
From a professional perspective, I knew they were dropping the ball. Eventually, they conceded Laura was likely going to experience a preterm birth. The next days were intense. But I never left her side. Jesus. This is how you get a girlfriend these days, huh?
Yeah, go scout out a pregnant woman at an Australian vegan club.
I'm in a gesture of what I'd like to think of as radical acceptance. God, I don't live in the same world as these people.
Exactly. The subhumans.
Like I can't even read this seriously. I can't even read this mockingly. I don't live in the same world as these people. Radical acceptance, and much to Laura's chagrin, I installed baby capsule in my car. Despite her protestations, I knew deep down I'd be the one to drive her and the baby home from hospital when the time came.
Oh my God.
Jesus, dude. You had a wife. What? Not long after she went into labor. If I thought I found Laura impressive before, watching her give birth set my opinion of her stratospheric. I keep wanting to read that word as catastrophic. By the time the staff agreed to check how she was progressing, she was 10 centimeters dilated and ready to I don't care. By that point, her confidence with the staff was at such a low ebb, she rejected their offer of a wheelchair and instead elected to walk herself up a flight of stairs to get the birthing. God, I was in absolute awe. God, what? Our daughter?
I can't afford this.
Our daughter? At no point did you mention she was 5 months pregnant when you met this woman. She is not your daughter. Our daughter? No. This is another man's kid. Do not try to normalize this crap. This is another man's child. It's another man's kid. No. Once the pressure of having a baby in the neonatal intensive care unit had passed, I asked Laura when she wanted out of the way. If I wanted you gone, you wouldn't be here, she told me. I don't want you to go. She was showing such vulnerability, and it wasn't easy for her. But in that moment, I could see her own radical acceptance had hit home. I know all too well I was madly in love. It turned out I wasn't the only one. 7 years later, our blended family has grown to include 2 more children. In 2023, I proposed to Laura. On national television, she said yes. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. God. Whoa, who's this hottie? Let women be horny.
Uh-oh.
But Sabrina Carpenter's
A Raymond L?
album cover isn't helping. Oh, why's that? What's the album cover? She's hot. Who is
No, she is not.
this broad? Let women be horny, but Sabrina Carpenter's album cover isn't helping. Who's Sabrina Carpenter? Oh, of course they're not going to show the actual album cover. Why would they? Why would they want to show anything that would make men turned on? No, they just feed this shit to us. Some cock that gets together with, divorces his wife to get together with some 5-month pregnant broad. Holy shit. There's
Oh my God. It's over, dude. It's over.
There's no point anymore. It's done. This is the norm. This is normal now. Find more stories from the moment I knew. Sign into my email? I don't want to do that. Jesus, get a better web developer. The moment I knew. Doozy Morris. Yeah, I bet. It's a real doozy, all right. I'm not even going to click that one.
Likes to write
I told him I missed other people's company, so he put on a silly accent. On a month-long overseas trip, Melanie Kinsman craved other people to talk to other than Sam. Oh, gee, shocker.
What the fuck? Bro, what? Oh my God.
Jesus. God. 66 days to learn to love reading again. The moment I knew, he arrived at our wedding with a garbage bag full of marigolds. What? The moment I knew, I'd never seen anyone eat a whole chicken like that. She was also the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen.
Wait, what? That's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? Because she scarfed down a whole chicken?
Yeah, not really. Fiona. Wasn't the ogre's wife named Fiona? While teaching in Thailand, he fell fast and hard for the nightclub that served dinner. Then the first date lasted 6 weeks. So he was teaching in Thailand.
Wait, he could have been pounding Thai snatch, and this is what he oh my God.
He went to Thailand to go find some love. Now, okay, now wait a minute. She doesn't look as bad in that picture, but she definitely looks bad in this picture. Tell us more. Yeah, we don't need to. The moment I knew, the day after our first date, I told my mother I'd met the man I was going to marry. The moment I knew, he took a bus, a train, and a ferry to Paris just to see me and met my parents. Jesus.
Yeah, that guy's creepy looking.
The moment I knew, we were rehearsing a difficult dance move, and I caught... Moment I knew, he kissed me, and I realized I'd been too quick to judge him. Now, wait a minute. If I tried that, that'd be assault, brother. The moment I knew, after a long, stressful day, I still went to see a Fast and Furious movie with him. Like, No. If you gotta raise another man's kid and then call that a blended family, there's no moment I knew there. No, That's just shit. I hope the sex was worth it.